Shalom. Good evening. I hope all is well. I should be here for around an hour or so. Anyone's welcome to join, to chat, to talk, to schmooze. I hope you guys all had a good day. Hello, Kirsch. You're asking here, what's the most reliable text for Judaism? What do you mean? If you could expand on your question. Obviously, anyone's welcome to join. I was actually doing some work on Joseph as we're getting closer to that on the weekly portions. So yeah, we're not there yet. We're still with Jacob. Also thinking a little about Jacob. Thinking about Jacob and his whole experience with the dream and the ladder. It's interesting that he doesn't seem to be very surprised when he has the dream with the angel going up and down the ladder. And like his... Well, we see in other prophets, they get flabbergasted, they take their shoes off, they're sort of not sure, they're sort of stricken by the fact that the God is talking to them. However, Jacob seems to be very relaxed throughout the whole process. Arguably, you could say it's a dream, so he's not really aware of it. But I'm thinking if we should give him a little more credit, because he grew up in the house of Isaac and Abraham, and it would be fair to assume that they were having discussions already about God. And if that's the case, he could just not be so surprised to find that out. Hello, sir.
Hey, Hezzy. How are you?
Thank God. How are you, sir?
I hear you talking about dreams, Jacob's dream.
I was mentioning that Jacob, when he has his prophetic dream about the angel coming up and down when he's on the way out from his father's and mother's house, how it's interesting that his reaction to encountering God is not, he doesn't take his shoes off, he doesn't get up, he doesn't bug out. He's just sort of, you could imagine him like leaning back and sort of enjoying this interaction. And I was pointing out that it's curious that he's not taken back. On the other hand, I mentioned that, one, it could be a dream. So while other prophecies, while we're told that many times they happen via dream, in the Bible, you're sort of having an interaction. So you could say that they're more conscious of it. And here, Jacob's not being so conscious. However, I also was thinking that if he grew up with Isaac and Abraham, he's aware of them, his father and grandfather having conversations with God. So you would have to assume maybe he's not so surprised from this. More so, he could be like, I guess it's like my turn. This is finally happening. Like, so, I'm getting now to talk to God.
So I'm kind of like a child when it comes to the Bible. So it allows for there to be a teacher and a student here. So what is like for Jacob, how does he know that this dream is different than other dreams?
Well, you don't really have a conversation. Well, you don't really have an account for many other dreams. We're being told that he's dreaming over here. I mean, we're told later on about other dreams, but I'm saying in Jacob's life, there's no real interaction with him and God. So this is the first interaction, and it's happening via dream. Now he wakes up and he says, he's like sort of surprised. He's like, I guess God does exist in this place. He also makes a deal with God. He's like, if you protect me properly during my journey now, then when I come back, I'll I'll make sure to sanctify this place. Which also, you don't see like Abraham and Isaac sort of doing deals with God. And you could see like this is like sort of a millennial generation that feels like a lot more comfortable with God, basically, to start giving sort of having demands, so to speak. So the relationship is a little different. I mean, we later then see Joseph obviously is dealing with dreams with Pharaoh, which is another whole fascinating interaction itself.
I had a dream one time in my whole life where I had this golden figure that could fly that told me to get on his back, and I got on his back and he took me off, and he showed me things. But the thing is like when you have a dream like that, it's like I don't know what that dream was, except I had the impression it was an angel, but I don't know if I would know it was an angel until the things that were shown to me would come true, for example, and so for Jacob, the story of Jacob, it's like I imagine he would have a dream, and then over time there would be some kind of revelation that dream was somehow different than other dreams. But yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. It's like, if you're a person who has dreams, how do you know if it's just you or if it's God or if it's an angel or anything like that?
Well, they say, the Talmud says that a dream is like a 60th of prophecy. I mean, there's also questions about like the subconscious and the conscious, and like what your brain is processing during that time. So before I even get to the question of like something coming from the top down, I think first one would need to do deep work to understand himself better, to see what he's offering from below up, basically. So like what in his conscious or subconscious can he conjure up, and then start to track that down. So you could imagine that, say, the classic option would be a dream of someone had a hard day and then he's dealing with certain stresses in his dream. That's just his mind working that out. Once you start getting to more, let's say, abstract dreams, they don't necessarily need to be prophetic, where it means like in 10 years from now, you're going to know the future. However, which I think is also different between the Jewish prophets and, let's say, general prophets, where the prophets are coming saying this is a possibility. You have the power to change that, which is not like the fates in ancient history, which sort of said like this is what's going to happen to you, and there's nothing you could do to change that. Basically, almost like the gods can intervene in that, and then you have like a hero trying to go through this whole journey to try to change his faith. However, in Judaism, the prophet is coming and saying like there is going to be destruction, or there's going to be an exile if you don't change your ways. So, and that the prophet is basically telling that to the whole people. It's a collective dream. However, from an individual perspective, if you manage to do the work and figure out what it is about you that you're dreaming about, then you potentially have that power to now change your future. You could now realize what are you trying to tell yourself, and it could be that like, I really should be more careful about the X interaction, or I really shouldn't do Y, but that could very well change your trajectory. So
dreams are just amazing, like, because it's a to me, it's not me, right? So it's kind of like you have ideas and stuff. You could even say, where do ideas come from? But that's where that's where I feel like I really feel like there's that God, the Creator, is at work in people's lives is through the dreams that we have. I know that they've like I teach my children, they've been having some bad dreams, and I'm trying to coach them through these dreams on, well, what's the next step? What is the dream trying to teach you? And it's pretty neat that a dream can give you some experience that can help you become a better person. It's very mystical for me.
Well, let's take the example of Joseph's dream. Not Joseph's dream. Let's take an example. Well, let's take an example of Joseph's dream and Pharaoh's dream, but I'm going to start with Pharaoh's dream. So Pharaoh has these two dreams. Some even say it's a dream within a dream, which is also interesting, as in he doesn't wake up. While he's dreaming, there's another dream in his dream, which happens to some people.
Yeah.
But there, he sees there's like very sickly bushels of wheat, and they end up swallowing thicker bushels of wheat. And in the other dream, there's sickly cows, and they swallow healthy cows, and there's 7 of them. And this is very disturbing to Pharaoh. And he goes around like, I can't find anyone to solve my dreams. My court wizards can't figure this out. So at the same time, Joseph is still in jail. This is just a different part of the story. But either way, someone reminds Pharaoh that there is a dream solver in the jail. He solved both of our dreams. So they take him out, and he asks him to solve the dream. Joseph rightfully says, like, I'm just going to tell you what God tells me. Like, I don't have any powers. These are my powers of interpretation. And he says, so the seven cows or the 7 wheat, they're here to symbolize 7 bad years of famine. And then there's going to be 7 great years, and there's going to be 7 years of famine. And that's what's going to be. And they're all like amazed by this. They're like, there's never been such an amazing, interpreter like this. This is crazy. You're going to be the second in command of all Egypt. And you could say, like, what's so impressive by that? It's fairly like, if you have 7 good years and you have 7 bad years, save on the bad years, and save in the good years, and the bad years you'll have what to eat. So there's nothing so novel about it. What was more novel about it is the following verses show that Joseph also had realized the increase of the population of Egypt at the time. And he does this, maybe like the first mass urbanization. He starts moving different people around Egypt. There's going to be groups over here. There's going to be groups over here. Now that these bigger groups could start saving themselves. And this whole mass urbanization at the time was what the key was, because the pharaohs in Egypt, the population hadn't grown to a crazy size yet, and they just didn't know. They've had famines before. They didn't know how to handle this. So one could look at it as prophetic at their time, because they're like, this guy is coming out with like the most novel information. However, on Joseph's end, you could call it divine or not, but that's the ability to see clearly through the noise and see the signal. I mean, you have this also with fantastic politicians, which, they could see through the noise and see like what is coming down the line. So, if you expand that, times a million, you could get like a taste of what prophecy is for a certain extent. But I don't necessarily see it as someone being blasted with like what's going to happen in the future. It's more like someone gets to do like zoom out and gets to see the larger picture, and then taking those pieces, putting them together, allows them to say, okay, if this is the case, if 1, 2, 3 happen, we have destruction. Or if 1, 2, 3 happen, then we're going to go down that line. And I also think that brings prophecy closer down to us, which means like we have the capability to do that. We just really have to train ourselves to be very aware of these things. And I'll just use an example. I don't know if you've been watching some of Jonathan Peugeot's stuff, but he's very pattern oriented. But assuming you could be aware of that pattern ahead of time, you clearly would have a tremendous amount of foresight if you could see that pattern. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, you have some predictive power based on your ability to see patterns. For example, the easiest one is if you know physics. For example, I was in missile defense. Say, if you know physics and you know these complex systems, you can begin to design a missile to collide with another missile going thousands of miles per hour. It's predictable. But
Correct.
But that's slightly different than, for example, I guess your point is there's different kinds of prophecy. And then it sounded like you were going to make you're thinking about Jacob's ladder and the dream. So I'm curious. I felt like I interrupted that a little bit. What is it you're thinking about with that one? Like, first of all, like, what is the dream with Jacob's ladder, and what are you thinking about with that dream?
Well, the dream of Jacob's ladder is he saw figures, angels going up and coming down. And there's different interpretations of this. Some of them were, there's some sages say that the angels came down and they wanted to harm Jacob because they saw someone that just lied recently to his father, and they didn't really see like this holy man. And as they're going up and down the ladder, the ones that are going up are saying, the Jacob that we see down here is not similar to the Jacob we see up in heaven. Like if one has like his soul down here and his soul there, like they don't match. Here we're seeing like this tremendous amount of potential, and down here we're still seeing like this vessel that hasn't reached that potential yet. So they wanted to get rid of him. However, they don't do that. He's protected. But I always thought that was a fascinating understanding, which was we have our own potential to fill, and if you could potentially not be recognized if you're not reaching your full potential. And part of that dream is, to Jacob as he's leaving the house, is you are in the beginning of the journey. If you stop right now, you're not reaching your potential and you're not getting to where you're supposed to be. However, his dream in a certain way could be interpreting that there's this going up and down could mean that like we're constantly on this scale where we could be getting closer to the divine or getting closer down to the earthly elements. And we're constantly on the scale. While we're aware that we're moving further up, then we're more in our divine space. But when we're lower down, we are in a completely different place, and we're not reaching up to our full potential.
Can you feel it when that happens in your life, like as you move on that ladder?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could feel that. And you mentioned that you're a father. I just want to say, hey, Chad, I hope all's well. I saw some Tyler work you were doing over there. We could also discuss some of that if you want to talk some shop. But back to the dream, back to where I see that manifesting in my life, Gavin. So as a father, there are times when one is reprimanding his son, and following that, you realize that you were acting at a lower level. You weren't reaching your full potential, how you should be engaging him and how you should be talking to him. And those are many failures. Like I was too upset. I was not patient enough. And that's not me living up to my full potential. And I could definitely feel that post. I feel like I know where I could be, and I know how I act, and I know how I acted over here. So, and in that little interaction, right? Like I wasn't performing. Now it's sort of, fairly common. People have that all the time. I guess it's when you want to be aware of those things and try to do the hard work and catch yourself and see like, okay, I didn't act properly and I was just at a lower part of the ladder. And I think it's also important, I mean, not to be self-congratulatory, but if you notice that you did something good, then you should try to emphasize that to yourself. You're not walking around putting banners and telling everyone like I'm the best guy in the world, but it's okay to enjoy that space and be aware of that space and be conscious of where you were at when you're doing that, so you could replicate that.
Yeah. A lot of thoughts come to mind talking about that. Like sometimes I'll act and I'll feel something in my gut that it's like, it makes me feel like I was a runner, and before the race would start, I would have butterflies. So sometimes I feel that feeling, but then I don't necessarily know. Like, to me, that's kind of an indicator that, hey, you're about to do something, or you are in the process of doing something that's questionable, right? And I know that it helps me to get feedback from others, because sometimes I won't be able to see my mistake. So I get feedback from others. That's one thing that came to mind. And another thing that came to mind was that when I feel like I'm doing it right, it seems like I'm not getting recognition for it, which is interesting. It's like I'll feel like I'm doing it right, like maybe I'm moving up that ladder, but maybe like my company might not actually realize it, but the whole company's getting lifted up as an organization, even though me as an individual, I don't get the recognition for it, but it feels good and it feels right when that happens.
Correct. And that would be a place where you would need to realize that, like, once you're aware that my contribution, and this again, like, we're like all part of like you're like a cog in this place, but like you realize that even that incremental shift and change in you has the power to have, a much larger ripple effect down the line.
Yeah.
And obviously then you have to think about it as a collective. There's the personal work you do for yourself that expands to the family, that expands to the community, that expands to the neighborhood, that expands to the nation. Ultimately, I think that is, and I want to try to parse this without sounding condescending, but I think when the Israelites are called, let's say, Am Sgula, or like the chosen people, there's no genetic element over there, and there's nothing like that. We're humans like anyone else. It has to do with a religion that was invited to work on integration of the divine from the personal all the way to the collective. And we've done so for a long time, where I believe when we're supposed to be a nation of priests, it's only to assist the other nations in creating that integration. And while I think Christianity has done a certain amount of integration at one level, you could even potentially say that it's an extreme level of grace and love. And you could have that the Islam would be another example of more, we'll call it like justice, basically, on another extreme. I think the Israelites are trying to showcase how that's balanced. Now, arguably, you could say we didn't do a good job of that. We kept getting kicked out of our land constantly, but that's what I believe. That's what I believe our one of our general missions is. And it's a phrase that people throw around called tikkun olam, and it became like very progressive, but it's there to assist and to show people how integration is done. So again, I believe also that if the individual is seeking religion and a connection to God, you could find that via Christianity or Islam or Judaism, or you go to the Eastern religions. I don't think God speaks in different languages, and he's always inviting someone to have a conversation with him. You don't have to do that through a community. However, if you want to create a religious nation, then I think it requires like a different level of integration, which I think that's what Judaism is trying to do.
Yeah, I like to try to imagine or ask myself is like, what would the highest potential look like at an individual level and as a community? And if you ever think you got there, then you're probably wrong. But because that's the you may think you're perfect, and that can keep you from growing and transforming. But yeah, I like to try to imagine what that is supposed to look like when an individual is
fully integrated.
As integrated as possible. Because I mean, if you can imagine it, then it helps you to become it. And it goes back to my thing where sometimes I need feedback from other people because I just can't see how I'm supposed to become a better person, right? Other people can see how I could become a better person, but I can't see it myself. So it's that's to me, it does sound like an important point, trying to work your way up this ladder and how to do it as an individual and a community.
Well, you definitely see, within the Bible, they're constantly struggling with this, constantly trying to find the proper orientation. I'm jumping to a second to the comments over there, and then I want to let Chad, if you would like, obviously you could add in some of your thoughts. But just with regards to the comments over here, I see some conversation about Tuvia Singer. I see that Baz is calling Tuvia Singer a tool. And then there's a conversation that continues over here. So just with that regard, just we want to try to have a lot of love over here. Tuvia Singer while I think what he's doing is very specific to a specific type of person, you are correct, Baz, that kind of interaction is less common on, let's say, this little corner, because that's not really his mission over here. So I don't think he's necessarily a tool. I think he's a very educated man. He's on a specific mission that you might disagree with, which his attitude is really, he goes very hard against Christianity and Jesus. And while we have disagreements, and I would definitely not use the terminology he uses, I would try and maintain a certain level of respect for him. And that's just on that. Then the floor is yours, Chad, if you want to add any comments or any thoughts.
But I suppose it really, Matt, it depends on what kind of tool you want to be. Are you a tool for demolition, or a tool for a tool of service for usefulness? So there's that. But I was interested when you were talking about the dream stuff. There's a lot of stuff that you're saying. But I was wondering, what do you think about like deja vu? Is that visions, do you think? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry, you were cut off.
Oh. Deja vu? Have you ever experienced that?
Of course. I might be butchering this. I actually recently heard Andrew Huberman, I think that's the name. He has his own little podcast. And he was actually just talking about that. I think he said confidently that science actually knows how to answer that right now, which is, we're constantly seeing, our mind is constantly seeing like everything around us. But there's only, and Jordan Peterson talks about, there's only so much things you could give attention to. But you could imagine that your cameras, right, are just taking in all this information. And this information gets, stored inside, and it's not always necessary. It might come out in dreams later. Some of it just gets pushed down because it's not relevant, because you're focused on what you're focused on. Sometimes there's like a little, it's sort of like a disk scratch. There's like a jump basically where memory that you just stored come back up. Now you have this sense where you're like, 1 second, I was here before. That's because you already stored that, and your mind is sort of like burping it back up to you. And then when you're seeing that again in your attention lens, it seems off, because like you've experienced that before. So from a scientific point of view, I think that answers that. However, yes, a deja vu feeling is extremely eerie, but I would sooner rest on the scientific answer than try to interpret that from a religious perspective.
Yeah, I think they say it might be like some sort of epileptic episode, or even some sort of mini strokes that happen. But I don't know. I've always found them to be very, I'm not sure if insightful is the word, but alarming. And I haven't had them for a long time, but I always come back to them. And I mean, I don't mind the scientific attempt at an explanation, but it doesn't. The scientific explanation doesn't account for the meaning behind them sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So
it wouldn't account. for the meaning behind it. It would depend, like, what meaning are you giving it, basically. Then, I mean, it's sort of personal. It would be hard to say, like, there's a specific meaning to it. I mean, maybe there is, but it's also so, like, I mean, I want to say, like, it depends what you do with that information, but it could just be like, oh, I thought I was in this candy store before. So I don't know, like, how much meaning that necessarily is going to have for the day to day. I'll just add to this, which is also fascinating about the human mind, is many times also you're not even seeing what you're seeing. So you're walking down the street and there's like your brain knows how to also give you filler. So you're not necessarily going to even notice every single tree. Your brain is now just bringing up filler for tree for you because, like, that looks close enough to a tree. So that's like what you need to keep on going down the road. It's not actually showing you each one of these pixels. It's just like uploading tree close enough. You get what we're talking about. So, and that sort of relates to, like, what are we even seeing? I think like what we could really see is like straight lines and vertical lines. And then on top of that, there's like a lot of other, again, I'm completely outside like my field of expertise. So, but I do think like that vision is obviously like fascinating. And how we perceive these things are obviously also fascinating. And it could even, I'm not against at all the concept of things that we perceive as scientific or physical could still have a lot of meaning to them. It doesn't mean that, like, if I show you the equation, that now it doesn't mean anything anymore. There's a very cool T-shirt that has on it "Let there be light," and then you see the equation basically for like the mathematical equation of what that would look like. And it's sometimes like people look at that as very reductive, being like, okay, so that's what it is, and there's nothing else divine. But I think even that equation that, let's say, 95% of the world can't even interpret themselves, there's something very, very deep about that. That even if when we say God said that let there be light, so then that means that there's like a physical interaction happening from like a physics point of view, that doesn't make it any less marvelous.
Right. Yeah. It's just something I think of from time to time, and I think of how am I cutting in and out? Probably.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? That's something you think
Am I
about?
cutting in and out?
No, you're good.
I think about it sometimes, and I think of how experiences like that could have had an impact on influencing the spiritual mind, or a curious mind, like maybe from an evolutionary point of view. And so, like, I don't know, there's something deeply woo or spooky about it, much like all of the other coincidences that seem to happen. And I just wonder how much those kinds of episodes have influenced people for thousands and thousands of years, because they didn't have, scientific explanations for deja vu. You know what I mean? And actually, I've actually, well, I can tell you, I've had experiences that while deja vu was happening, things have played out that I could already say were going to happen. So does that mean my mind was lagging? Or so that's strange. So
that's akin to, let's say, an out of body experience, right? So people talk about, I think there's some literature about this, where people that have, let's say, vivid dreaming, where they feel like they leave their body, they could see their body sleeping, and they move somewhere else. I wouldn't be able to tell you if they're like, if you're writing something on a chalkboard and they go into the other room while they're dreaming, can they see it? However, and we're going into like conspiracy land a little right now, but I think there's also a program in the U.S. Army for like remote seeing. That's something that like people looked into for a while, and they were trying to have people like focus on like knowing what's going on in the other room, and they managed to see it. So there's nothing tangible with like that I could do with that. So that's not information that I walk around in my toolkit that I use to like decipher the world. However, none of those things to me, like if you came to me tomorrow and said, like, guess what? We found the science and yes, people could remote see, I'd be like, all right, like it's not it's none of these things are like would shatter my view of how I look at the world. It would just be like another marvelous gift that God has created. So I don't get too nervous about this song. But again, like I guess what I'm saying, Chad, is it's hard for me to use that information and try to process that when it's hard to know what to do with that. I see Don Quixote says the CIA still recruits sensitive people. There you go. I hope my son is very sensitive to like tags in his shirt and like seams in his pants. I don't know if they're taking that for him, if they need him. But
I found a CIA document that had some remote viewing of Mars like 10,000 years ago. Like they've got some interesting things. We don't have any way to really know if it's true, except that there's this thing that looks like a pyramid on Mars that was where they were supposed to go 10,000 years ago, and they ended up meeting entities. But yeah, that's all fun. It's fun to think about. I like science fiction, and it's interesting to think that there's this world that we live in that we still don't know a lot about. We still have a lot to learn about.
Well, as I'm sure you guys are aware, the last like 2 years, there's been like a lot of hype around like what are they called, UAPs or UFOs, and people were talking about that. So first of all, I was joking around with my friends that even if we found out today that aliens like are real, like I would still have to go pick up my kid from school today. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be like that nothing's happening. Like, everyone's running on the streets. Like I'm not exactly sure even like how our life would change if you found that. And then there's a question like from a theological point of view, would that be destabilizing, unstable? Would that create an unstable feel for a lot of people? Would they feel like, no, this is the only story? Or does Jesus also like, he's also in charge of the aliens? So, but from my perspective as a religious Jew, none of this also is problematic for me. Like even if we found that aliens exist, it wouldn't change my relationship to God. It wouldn't really affect how I look at that. Obviously, again, it would just prove more how wonderful this all is.
What if they popped in and were like, all those laws, we gave them to you and they were good, and now we've got a new set of laws. And right. They showed you the evidence.
There's like a Rick and Morty about that. They're like dinosaurs take over the world. They were really in charge once, and then they left and they came back. But yeah, I guess that would be problematic if they came back and they're like, yeah, all these characters are all made up.
Well, it's not that they're all made up. It's that they were influencing Moses, for example, right? And they were influencing because they had access to the timeline, and they were creating the events that would lead to, the resurrection and everything that's part of what's going to happen. And so they were coming in and said, all right, we're ready to do the next thing.
Well, I guess I would have to ask, like, this whole narrative you gave us, though, is there a basis to that, or this was just like we thought this would work?
It might be that they have access to the timeline, and they know that by poking it here and there that Hezi would be right here in the StreamYard talking about it. There's when you talk about being able to see throughout like space and time, it means there's something about physics that is outside of time and space. The creator made it, and so then when you have access to that information, you can you could be someone who shapes the world throughout history. Right, someone who's omniscient basically would be able to go through and create the world they want. At the end of the day, that's this beautiful thing, hopefully, right? And we believe God is good, right?
Yeah, but I guess we don't believe God is like a time traveler that's just like this would be fun.
Well, omniscience is basically time traveler. I mean,
yeah, I was saying you're reducing it to like one aspect. While you could create You could do a tremendous amount of things and influence a tremendous amount of things, but that you're still playing around that realm of, even if you're manipulating time, you're still playing with time. And if you want to say that God is, surpasses that or supersedes that, so like you would still be talking about like a different level. But this sort of reminds me a little.
Aren't we traveling through time right now?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Are we traveling through time right now?
Yeah, just very slowly.
Well,
a second at a time.
Well, there's people maybe 100 years from now who may listen to this.
That's true. You could
Hello,
definitely
future
say that
people.
You could time travel with your ideas. This is something I promote. I promoted here a few times, which is why I really enjoy this little corner. I don't think we're there yet, but like in the Talmud, if I open up a Talmud page right now, I'm shot back into the past, and I'm part of this whole conversation. And there's something very beautiful about that. And I was calling this little corner like the modern day Talmud. So I guess it's still a little too soon, but eventually, if it was processed this way, you could be talking about Gavin from 200 years from now looking at this and then diving into a conversation with other people and having a discussion about this, and then they would be back here with us. As long as they're playing around with those same that terminology, then you could conceptually definitely move through time. And it's more than just looking at a picture.
You're talking about the
sorry, what'd you say?
You're talking about the cosmological. You're talking about the cosmological burrito, and I'm going to start the robot here.
Chad has a video called the cosmological burrito. So I watched it, trying to recall it though.
Did you guys see Jim Keller and Jordan Peterson, Jonathan Peugeot? Yeah, you did see that. Gavin, you see that or no?
I did not. I depend on other people to bring the highlights out for me. So here's the opportunity. What is the highlight?
They were just calling out your name. They're like, this guy, Gavin Palmer, he's amazing. We love him. It was just very surprising to all of us, but you missed it out. Yeah, so he was based. First of all, it was interesting because it seemed like both Jonathan, like he was like whipping out answers. Anything Jonathan Peugeot was asking or Jordan was like questioning, he was like, no, not a problem. Like, so they weren't giving him a lot of pushback, I don't think, but ultimately he was pretty convinced that like AI or AGI is, it's coming, it's heading our way. And like, he was also just sort of explaining to Jonathan that like when Jonathan's like, well, like, for that to happen, you're going to need like billions of dollars. He's like, yeah, that's not a problem. Like these things happen very quickly. And he's like, yeah, but you would have to have like the amount of computing power. He's like, yeah, that's happening.
I need to watch that one.
I don't know if he's right or wrong. I know that assuming he's right, and this is something I've been speaking about in the past, that to me is very, it's very troubling, just because I think at that point you're talking about society changing. I think like our personalities will change. You're talking about down the line. You're also talking about biological changing. So it's true that humanity has managed to deal with a lot of change. And I also specifically mean this due to, let's say, religious institutions and their guidelines and their laws have slowly but surely have managed to incrementally make changes and adjustments as the year goes on. Like the whole community comes to them. There's like a whole change. We have to now try how to figure out we're going to do this, or how are we going to figure out, for Jews, how are we going to deal with electricity and the Sabbath, or how are we dealing with like the gay community right now? So these are things that like slowly but surely we try to adjust. However, I think their religious institutions are completely going to be blindsided by the rapid change. And if I give an example to people that, here we talk a lot about love and there's different emotions that we talk about and it's all in the context of how we recognize humans. But if I'm playing with CRISPR and technology, and people are living to be, I don't know, 150 years old, 200 years old. Okay, so if I'm living to be 200 years old, should it really still be till death do us part? Or is it fair to be like, no, we're together for 100 years and then I have a different family?
Wait until oh man, there's a lot of issues. Like what happens with the all of a sudden you've got this robot, right? That you could potentially you could potentially have a relationship with. It's like is it like the question of like, are you cheating? There's people who think, for example, that they can go off to like a strip club and they aren't cheating, and I disagree.
If it's in a different area code, those are the rules.
But so like as soon as you get to the point where you even are willing to cheat in your mind, it's like, well, you could plug something in your mind and and cheat with this software that becomes whatever you want it to become. It's like there's all kinds of things, ethical things that we're going to face as the technology changes.
But I don't even know that. Like my point is, how do you, like, ethically, how are you also making these decisions? All the kids in my son's grade are tweaking their IQ, but we don't feel we should do that for our kids. So the teacher will be like, okay, great, that he can't be in this class then because he's going to have a real hard time. How do you, like, am I having a kid? Am I making sure the doctor is cloning all his body parts? So like if something happens, I have extra parts. And if he does, should he go to bungee jumping all the time? Because like, it really doesn't matter less.
This was a paper I wrote in college about the risk of stem cell research, and my teacher did not like it. But I was basically making the argument that people will treat life as if it isn't as sacred, like they won't be as careful.
You mean like with the people that have Down syndrome that are aborted in certain countries? So eventually, even the average person might be deemed to be the equivalent of not worthy of living because they're not contributing to the greater good of society?
Well,
is that what you're talking about?
It would be strange if everyone was upgraded and then there's this one guy that's not. So then it's sort of like, what are you doing? And then I guess it could be like, oh, it's cute. But then like I'm saying, I see Don Cotty saying Gattaca over here, correct?
Gattaca,
those
exactly.
are the kind of, I mean, clearly, it's Jonathan Peugeot was saying this, that you could just see, he's like, everyone sort of talks about this and knows what's happening, but they can't seem to stop themselves. Like,
Vanderklay touched on this with the twins. They could do something that nobody else on the planet could do, right? Which was basically do something weird with prime numbers that nobody could figure out how they were doing it. I'm not even sure they knew how they were doing it. They were just doing it. And eventually they were, separated because they were so strange and made to be average, and then died basically meaningless lives.
I
think that's what Vanderklay was getting at there. It's like there's the glory of God in these two, and here we are meddling in with these people, and it's horrible.
Hey, Michael.
Hello.
What's going on?
How are you? Oh, not too much. I was just listen along for most of it. So getting into all the weeds.
Getting to all the weeds about the future the future that's coming. I'll give you guys like a picture. What is that a picture of? It's on your kids' room?
Yeah, that's a portrait of my daughter and myself.
It's to scale.
She's 4 years old. She drew it, so it's funny.
It's very nice. I don't like when you say she's 4. She's 24, but we get it. It's all good. It's very impressive.
Well, I had to turn off my camera because she's like walking in through here. She didn't have any clothes on. She's handed me her pictures. I was like, oh my God.
Very liberal house. I get it.
Yeah.
Well,
Michael,
he's in the South. It's hot, right?
Yeah. She gets hot for sure.
Yeah.
What happens when we get to a place where there's the Neuralink and some sort of synthesis of every piece of information that was ever put on the internet can just be uplinked right to you, and then you have some sort of like Messiah like rapture moment? I mean, Are we? We're not concerned about those kinds of things. I know I made my video is kind of a joke about the lawnmower man thing, but there's some serious questions that film brought out. It's like we're just basically monkeys who like figured out how to make remotes, and we think we're cool, and so we're gonna. I'm not saying we're monkeys. I know we're not the right whatever, but I'm just saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, enough people think that we are that they are treating us like we are. So, I mean, that
What
has
do you
an
guys
effect
mean?
on
I'm just not
things.
sure when you're saying like we're not monkeys, we are monkeys. You mean like actual monkeys, or that we evolved from monkeys? I don't think we're trying to refute that.
I mean, I don't believe that.
I don't know. I've never been on the moon.
But either way, I mean, the logical conclusion of that is kind of, you know, I mean, you know, from the fully secularized standpoint, I mean, this is the problem with like eugenics in World War II is that if you take this to its natural conclusion, then you know it's like good DNA and bad DNA, and you're just weeding out the weak links, and you know without like the idea that like life is sacred, we only really get there from revelation. We don't get that from logic by itself, you know. I think so. Yeah, so I mean that was just Chad didn't finish his thought anyway, but
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is like I don't know if we came from monkeys or not. I have never been to the moon, so basically, I'm saying we could say all the stuff that we want. All of it is basically speculation. I think even like the thing about the deja vu, it's still speculation. It doesn't give me an answer, and so.
I can give you some answers.
But it's like the thing with like the Neuralink and all that stuff. That stuff really trips me out because there's some serious firepower. And then when Jim Keller is talking about how AI is going to be passing us and soon, like that concerns me. And this just kind of the cavalier way that he's talking about it. It's like, are you insane, dude?
Well,
yeah. Well, I do think, you know, like he kind of mentioned the thing about how, like, you know, nuclear weapons, like we live with that because of this mutually assured destruction. But we only arrived at that place by actually destroying a couple cities full of civilians. And so, you know, yeah, like eventually will we probably find some sort of equilibrium and peace with this technology? I think we probably will, but it may be a destructive path to get there.
I'm just responding back to what Baz wrote over here. Baz wrote over here, AI may have IQ, but it will never have wisdom. So I don't know if I'm quoting this correctly, but something that Jim was saying, well, two things. One is, for all intents and purposes, if it's smart enough to make you think it has wisdom, then I guess it wouldn't matter at that point. It's because you're interacting with it as if it has wisdom. So it's not wisdom like the way you're experiencing it as a human. Please, Gavin, go ahead.
I think something AI could do is it could be programmed to identify wise people, to look for the patterns that what a wise person looks like, and be able to scour the conversations and identify wise people, which would transform the world. Because, well, if we cared about identifying wise people and put them in positions to allow their wisdom to just be recognized and appreciated, I don't think we've ever had a world like that. Like, that's something that AI could do that would be valuable, but it would be the empowering of humans by helping us identify signals among the noise.
Yeah.
Unless wisdom unless wisdom becomes outlawed, then what?
I mean, right. So again, those are extreme thoughts, but yes, you have to take that into consideration where, okay, what if the people that are not smart are getting in the way of creating like this, like harmony, right? Like what do we do with them? But I believe I heard this once.
We can serve those who aren't smart. That's the way I look at it. they can, like, you don't have to get rid of people. I
They're
don't think
using
we're
resources, buddy.
You
we
mean
have an
serve them on a
abundance.
dish? I'm sorry, that was
No, I don't
racist.
mean that. I don't mean that.
Yes,
I mean,
Gregory, that's what we're talking about.
I mean that the people who are most wise would be those who are most able to serve and would be able to provide things like opportunity for people to have a meaningful life, right? No matter their IQ, right? Like when I can try to put it in a different way. When I go to a fast food restaurant, there are sometimes, if I go to like Chick-fil-A, then I see people who are like wise, but then I can go to a different fast food restaurant and I can meet people that's like, I would rather you not prepare food. I would rather a robot prepare this food. And then you could have a hut over here and do your thing and we'll take care of you. And maybe you'll grow up and we can try to help you grow up. But I don't necessarily want you to be a part of this economy because you're making things worse.
There are tremendous avenues that I think we could all agree that AI will be fantastic. The problem is, we're like, there's no putting boundaries on that. There isn't society being like, okay, we had enough fun, but like that's it. Like we're going to use it for these 6 things, and that's it. And then you also have to deal with the problem of like, let's say America decides like, okay, we're only going to do X, and then 3 other countries decide to go further than that. Then there has to be sort of a reaction to that. So I think you're definitely talking about like, a genie in a bottle, Pandora's box. This is something that we clearly don't have control over. There's scary thoughts of, well, further, just back to the consciousness thing. I read this article once that said that consciousness is, after many years of our brain has to constantly be aware of all these different things that it automizes, right? So like you could assume right now that, real things you could multitask on, for example, washing the dishes and talking on the phone, right? You can't actually talk on the phone and write an email. You'll end up writing like in the email what you're talking on the phone. But there are elements that you manage to automize in your body that you can do them on automatic. And multiple spinning plates like that after a certain time eventually leads to consciousness. So this, like it was saying, so as far as a computer doing that, like you were mentioning, Gavin, if you gave it enough patterns to play with and constantly be spinning these calculations, it could potentially emerge into something that we would identify as consciousness. So that's on that.
And I'm actually like, I'm not going to make that argument. My argument is that there is artificial intelligence we have today that could be used in the markets, like within governments, in order to solve what I call the human resource problem, to be able to promote, demote, hire, fire. And that would, by recognizing, for example, wisdom patterns, and that would end up allowing for the selection of the kinds of artificial intelligence that would be good, right? That produces good fruit. And so that's like, I know that it can be used for robots to go kill people, but I think it can also be used for example, for organizations to go out and produce as much good fruit as possible. So
let's assume for a second there's no killing, okay? Right. This is a similar to the UBI conversation, which is okay. Now there's no more famine issue. There's food for everyone. Everyone has free time. We don't know as humans what to do with all that time. And let's say we now have all that time. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Music, art.
Right. I was saying,
reading.
Let's say. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be
sports.
It's going to be drugs, and then at a certain point, it probably will be like the government just saying, "Well, here's all the drugs you need to stay out of our hair." Whatever.
Football is a drug, and reading a really good science fiction book is a drug, and there's just so many things that you can just become passionate and infatuated with, and be unable to put it down. And I mean, we do that.
I mean, I think that there's a problem there with, if like, let's say all material problems of the world, famine, housing, all these things, these are all taken care of,
traffic.
Yeah, then I think that Jordan Peterson kind of talks about this is like the first thing we would do, and like if we had this utopia, is we would like smash everything. And I think that's kind of true. I don't know if this is necessarily true, but I think that most people would realize like, oh, I have all this free time to do all this whatever, but it's gonna lose the appeal, like because it's not actually producing something, or like or if you can only do it within your own little like private space, or maybe like in a virtual space or something, you can do whatever you want, but you can't ever take it out of that, because then it will start encroaching on other people's rights and freedoms, and it'll impair the system that's working so perfectly. So like, I mean, it's kind of funny, like the only kind of like utopian vision that sort of makes sense, I think, is like Star Trek, because they fixed all the like famine and all of the like, they don't have money, they don't have any of those things, but they are going and exploring like the infinity of the universe. So if that's like becomes a possibility, we always need some sort of a like challenge. We need unknowns. We need like, I think, because without that, it's like there's no real purpose.
I guess. So you're saying exploring the universe. So I think Elon Musk was talking about this once, about there's the issue of space travel, and like also our biology. How would we ever get to Alpha Centauri, or how are we getting to all these places? And he was talking about this, maybe it wasn't him though, but about digitizing your consciousness, right? You have like little ports and robots out there in the universe, and you just digitize your consciousness. You send that on the laser beam, and next thing you know, for the afternoon, you're looking at the Milky Way, right? You're in the little avatar there that you digitize your consciousness in. Even if that sounds like fascinating, the point would be, we as humans never interacted with the world at that level. And if I come back from the Milky Way, am I also like having a beer later, or does beer not taste the same anymore? And like, can I interact with my kids the same way if I've been traveling across the galaxy? And I'm connecting this to religion, but I do feel that the Bible is talking, which is why it was so impressive, because for the last like 2,000 years, its operating system is still relevant. I don't think with these changes, I think that operating system starts becoming less relevant, because we as humans start to change. Like if I could shut off in my brain jealousy, so do all those elements of jealousy in the Bible become not relevant, because now as humans, like we don't deal with those things anymore? And I guess that's my fear when I look at, let's say, religious leaders, and I ask them to, and I'm taking this down to like something very practical. Orthodox Jews don't use electricity on the Sabbath. But in 50 years from now, you could bet that Jerusalem is going to be a smart city, and Orthodox Jews are going to be living in it. And they're not going to all leave every Sabbath. They're all going to leave the city. So clearly, they're going to have to work something out. But then once you do that workout, it throws back to like, wait, so what were the decisions made up until now? What were these restrictions up until now? How are you making these changes? So like these kind of changes could destabilize whole institutions, because I think they completely change and shift how humans interact.
I muted you, Chad. Your mic was making some noises, just so you know.
Well, if he's trying to talk, you should probably unmute him.
Sorry about that.
Wow. Nechama, thank you for joining us. This is the first time I'm seeing you here, so it's fantastic.
Thank you. Is my mic working?
Your mic is working perfectly. Please share with us your thoughts.
Yeah, AI conversations always get me kind of riled up. It was incentive enough for me to get on camera. Man, I have a theory that, okay, the first thing I'll say about this is that I look at AI just like a hammer. It can be used to hit someone on the head, can be used to build a building. So I don't see it as inherently good or evil. That's my take. One thing that I'm not hearing is, not necessarily in this conversation, but in general, like I tend to hear people talk about AI as if like in the future, what are we going to do? How is it? But there are a lot of things that we're already doing that are already having immense consequences that we're not talking about, like AI being used on Facebook and Instagram, where we have now like 400% spike in like, you know, suicides and depressions with young girls. That is happening. That's been happening for a decade. So AI is here. It can be used for many different things in many different industries, some wonderful, some less wonderful, but like we're in the experiment. It's not hypothetical. And yeah, I just, the people that I haven't talked to a lot of people in the industry, but a handful. And when I hear them talk about it, I'm kind of like, because they're freaked out. They're saying we're using this irresponsibly. So I'm like really glad to hear that you guys are having this conversation, because it is a very interesting lens to look at it through, you know, through this little corner, I suppose. That's a new way to have this conversation. I think that's really good, especially since like I have this theory, and then I'll let you guys hear what you guys have to say. I don't know how quite to articulate this. It feels to me like a lot of this like AI Neuralink stuff is escapism. We're not good enough. We're not perfect enough. We need to fix all these problems. We've existed for millennia, for eons, and we've done fine. Like the basic human needs are like food, water, shelter, family, love, you know. All of this is just extra, you know. And so it really feels to me like escapism. It really feels to me like, you know, humans aren't smart enough. We are. We do relevance realization. We read out 90% of the environment and we hone in on just the thing we need to do. Maybe like we're getting a little rusty on that, and that's the whole meaning crisis stuff. And I'm just thinking, oh, so do we double down harder on the technology? Or like maybe we take a step back as opposed to like looking at the thing that created the problem, you know, as the solution. It's like, well, maybe the solution is way more simple. Maybe it's just meaning, as opposed to looking for the meaning on Mars or looking for it in something that is a bastardized version of ourselves. Like, I think we are created beautifully, perfectly, wonderfully, imperfectly. I really don't have a desire to like recreate myself in a better version. You know, I mean, I do that every day when I wake up. I try to do that every day. I don't need a computer to do that. I say that as I talk on my smartphone. So those are my initial thoughts. Yeah.
Let me challenge you for a moment. I agree with you. I just for this exercise. First of all, we all use little technologies, right? Like you're saying, you're using your phone to have this conversation. From the phone to makeup that we put on to medicine we take to feel better, right? So we've clearly been playing around with it. Now, you could come and say, you know, I'm happy the way I am. Now, arguably you would say, okay, Neuralink for people that can't see or can't hear. Yeah, obviously we should give that to them because then they'll be able to see and hear. And, you know, the doctor in China that gave these twins the CRISPR, he played with their genetics. He made sure they can never get AIDS. You'd also be like, okay, that's also, that makes sense. Like, that sounds awesome. It's going to be very difficult. So like even these scientists, I don't even know if they're coming out with like, oh, I'm going to work on this thing so I could solve X problem. He's just playing with technology. He's like, wow, you know, I could have this algorithm keep on thinking faster and faster and faster. What can you use that for? And this is what Jim Keller was talking about. You could use that for many things. Now you could be like, well, we only want to use it for the good things. Obviously, it's too late. It's too late to put that kind of boundary around that. Arguably, you could say from a religious perspective, you could use your religious lens to try to say like orient you how to properly use this. But to tell people that they could potentially live till 200 and keep a sane mind, I'm sure there's going to be many people that will be very interested in that. My point being, like, I don't know if that's necessarily like escapism. I think like people are definitely interested in exploring and want more. However, I don't think anyone yet realizes, like you just said about social media, right? Like they did it. It's been 10 years. They're like, guess what? We found out that it's horrible for young teenagers, right? But no one shut down Facebook and no one shut down TikTok, right? So and you have, let's say, China using TikTok in a different matter where they have people watching like science stuff and they shut it off at 10 o'clock at night. But that's that's coming down from the government, which assumingly we all say we're not interested in that. But if you leave people to their own devices, they're going to select to what they see as improve, right? I want to gain more, know more, see more. And arguably be like, this would be fantastic. I download wisdom into my child. I don't have to constantly explain to him why he needs to clean the room, right? He's going to know why to do that. Many people are going to select to do that and then realize you just missed the whole conversation you have with your son. I could argue being like, well, that's not necessary. Lower levels of humans need that to interact. This upgraded level of human doesn't need that. So I hear what you're saying from our perspective right now, saying like, you're pushing the envelope. On the other hand, you could definitely see why for a lot of people it's very enticing to see how they could play around with this technology. And once the technology's out, once you could clone other body parts for cheap, how are you not offering that to your children?
Have you ever read that Hideous Strength?
The Idiot's Strength?
That Hideous Strength. It's a book by C.S. Lewis. It is a really good. It's a novel. It's pretty interesting. That one talks. It's crazy because he wrote it like during World War II, like before it was even over, and he kind of predicted the whole like transhumanism thing, and like just a lot of these kind of questions about how technology and things go, and I don't think there is anything inherently bad with technology. I think there is a kind of a process where if it's brought forth with bad intentions, it will have bad consequences, but that doesn't mean it's inherently bad, and it can be redeemed. So like definitely with like the social media stuff, we've not figured out so far. I mean, and I wouldn't even say people necessarily have evil intentions. They just have like profit margin. I mean, that's their main thing. They're not trying to harm people. They're just trying to make money. And they couldn't know at first what all the damage this stuff would cause. We're starting to figure it out now. Some people are trying to do stuff to fix it. That's the process we're going to have to go through. And I mean, and I think, this is like the impulse why some people just want to like retreat to the past, like go become Amish or something, and it's like, you can't do that. You can do that. That might work for you, but that's not a solution for society. So we kind of have to figure out our way through this. But, it was interesting because Joseph put that little video out last night, and he was talking about how Jonathan Peugeot, talking about Cain and Abel, and he kind of has this technology is bad and it's kind of matrix that he's using. And, all the people in that line of Cain, they create this technology. Well, some of that Noah needed that to make the ark. You're not going to build an ark without metal tools, You're not going to be doing all that stuff. And then beyond that, like all that stuff is what they need to do the tabernacle. So that's, God like redeems it, And it was interesting because I remembered because he talked about it in the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch, there's very different technology. It's not the same as what he attributes to Cain. It's a lot of like astrology, and talks about like the women like learning how to use makeup and all this stuff, like seduction and whatever. But even you could say, like, by the time you get to Daniel and Esther, it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same thing. Like, that God uses those things, like Esther kind of used her beauty and everything, to save the people, so you can't like say like, whereas if you read the book of Enoch, it's saying like this thing where women were seducing men and like with, makeup and things like that. It's evil. It's not inherently evil. It's evil when you put it to a bad intention. So it's just figuring out how we deal with this stuff, and, who's bringing it in. But
well, I just want to say something. I'm going to hop off real quick. I think the thing that interesting is this lady here. Her name, I'm sorry. She meant, what's that?
Nechama. You've got the hard hook.
Yeah. You mentioned like a hammer. It can build or it can destroy. But I think what the concern is what happens when the hammer can grow its own legs, right? And like that's what the concern is, because as you said, I mean, there's like a 400% increase in people's suicidal either action or ideation or whatever it may be. There's all sorts of really terrible influences that there's a lot of power in these things. And like use alcohol, right? I mean, I think alcohol is great, and there's a lot of power in it. It's just not good for somebody like me, and in this idea, the discontented soul, that's what, it's as old as time. I mean, so people will find anything. I just think when you're playing with something with the firepower of something like the nuclear bomb or
AI
conception or anything like that, when you're playing with something like that, it's dangerous. And then it's like open source. Just go out here, kids. Go, here's a quarter. Go play in the highway. It's like, it's dangerous. And I'm almost 40 years old, and I have concerns about its effects on me. So it's strange. It's a strange thing. And I think that the thing about that Hideous Strength in that book, like, these people were gung-ho about doing, they knew they were doing the right thing, and they were, they had no idea what they were messing with. And I think that's just something to pay attention to. But thanks for the conversation. Sorry about my mic. I'm going to eat my sandwich now and listen. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I think this brings up a really interesting conversation about values, because that seems to be the decision point, of whether, what are they using it for in China? What does the government decide is good? What does Facebook decide that's good? With the social media thing, there have been studies out for over a decade now, and social media companies have been aware of these issues as they've escalated. It ramped up, and it's been a decision to not address it, meaning it could have been addressed. There were things that could have been done, but the value was placed more on growth and money rather than the mental health of these young people. And so that was a decision that was made. That wasn't we don't know how to fix this. It was like, we know, we're just not going to tell you. And we're just going to, it's okay. We don't see the damage right away. So, people will figure it out 20 years later, and they can't really blame us, blah, 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 So yeah, I think it really is about values. And Chad brings up a good point too, about like, it is a bit more powerful than a hammer, I suppose, which is why it's a contentious conversation.
We can't
hear you, Hezzy.
Sorry. I was going around talking to different rabbis, and I try to bring this up to them. these different things coming down the pipeline, and some of them obviously could be like they'll never happen or won't be 20 years, it'll be 50 years. But I try to gauge to see if leadership is taking these things into consideration. And I've yet to meet one rabbi that is taking this seriously. Or, I went to this symposium.
What would that look like if they were to take it seriously? And you don't have to answer that now. What would it look like if a rabbi took it seriously?
Okay, so it's a fantastic question. In Judaism, they, as in the religion, takes very seriously the concept of divorce. So much so that if the husband will not give his wife her divorce deed, she is not considered divorced. And then she is stuck in this limbo where if she wants to live a religious life, she can't marry someone else because she's still considered married. If she has a son with this other person, he could be considered a bastard. So there are ramifications to this. And you have women, obviously this would never fly in the States, but Israel is wrapped together with the rabbinical courts when it comes to this. And people could be stranded for 20 years. Now, rabbis have tools to solve this issue. However, they don't feel comfortable doing so. It's complicated. We don't know if it's our position, if we have the right to do that. Forget that. My point to them is that if you guys, for the last, 100 years, can't figure this out, that needed to be figured out like yesterday. Like, because AI is way more complicated. That's something that you guys already have a tool for. And my attitude to them is you must practice evolution of the halachic code, which you could do, because I'm not even asking you to change anything. Have discussions of how that would even look like. Who would be the people you would put into your group to discuss these things even with? And I get a lot of like, you're right, it's an issue, it's a problem, but they seem very, very just ill-prepared for this kind of transition. And I usually give them something that's like a lot less intense than robots taking over the world. I give them an example and I tell them, you as a rabbi have the interest that young Jewish children growing up are going to study and be like quote unquote indoctrinated into your operating system. That would be ideal. I tell them now, when I had to do a report about Moses when I was in school, right? So I went to my father. He's a professor. He's a philosopher. He's a modern person. But he said, go ahead, go to my library, take my books. I open up my books and I write my report. If my son or my grandson has a little chip in his head, right? So he doesn't go ask me questions. He's just going to have the information downloaded. Now, here is Chazi's grandson, this little naive Jewish boy. And then he gets bombarded with, hey, guess what Freud thinks about Moses? And guess what? Did you know that the tabernacle was the same size as Ramesses II's tomb? And now he starts getting flooded with information. If no rabbi ever gave this child the tools to deal with those elements, then he's going to have a very hard time. And then there's no controlling that anymore. There's no like, oh, when he comes to my class, I'm controlling what he's learning. You have this in the internet to a certain extent, yet it still requires someone to get on the internet, someone to click, someone to know what he's looking for. If you could integrate these things directly, you're also, freedom of information is not necessarily a great thing if your kid is being bombarded with all the information out there without it being filtered. So that would be like another example where parents already deal with I think it's from the age of, I think the earliest is around 4th grade, boys are introduced to pornography, which is nuts. So you could only imagine how intense that would get if that's inside your head. Now, again, that's not robots taking over. That's just an example where can us humans handle having that amount of information without having that filtered through some sort of putting that into some sort of context. So again, I get like I get like blank stares sometimes, and they're like, I'm not really sure what you're talking about, or they'll say things like, well, I guess it would depend like who's operating the computer, and I'm like, there's no operator, there's no guy with a button.
How old are these rabbis?
50s, 60s.
Yeah, so the technology is accelerating so fast that we end up with an older generation of people who really aren't tuned into the power of the technology. And so, like, for me, this all depends on having the right people. Like, when you talk about this, the thing that comes to my mind, which I can say, maybe you can't say, is that these rabbis are the wrong people to be leading Judaism, for example, right? So I can say something like that because I'm an outsider. I'm not. I can suggest that, and that's what it seems like. So for me, and then I can point back at you, Hezi, and what Jacob has said is like, you could have been a rabbi, right? So there is a question of, and this is where I think machine learning can help, artificial intelligence can help. Is like, well, who are the people who should be trying to keep pace with the rate of growth of technology, so that we know how to handle this amount of information, so that we're doing things like creating a platform for people to learn at the right stage, so that they aren't getting exposed to information that they aren't ready for, right? We could actually create software that would help facilitate education at scale, for example. Or when you participate on this platform, we might be able to identify the people who should be encouraged and pointed at positions, within leadership within the community, for example, right? You can use technology to try to solve these kinds of problems, but it's hard to do that whether it's the United States government or whatever church or whatever religion, you end up with people who are in positions of power who they don't necessarily deserve the position of power that they have. And this is the human resource problem. And my hope is that artificial intelligence can help solve that. This is one of the things that this tool could be used for. And that's different than trying to make money and get eyeballs. Like, there's the value hierarchy thing, is like, what are we aiming at? But if we're aiming at making money and getting more people to use the software, that's not good. But if we're aiming at, trying to have a healthy community and a healthy society, that's a better aim.
Arguably, that's what Facebook was trying to do, right? We're going to put people together. Everyone's going to talk to everyone. You guys are going to love it, right? So, like, it's these the intentions seemingly are always good, right? Neuralink is to help the blind people see. It's never, this is going to be awesome.
You end up going public. You end up having like people who are interested in this business profiting. This influence happens. I remember when I was with Missile Defense, the company I was with, that contract got handed over to a big, Fortune 500 company, and they had talked about conflict of interest. And I was like, you realize that you're taking taxpayer dollars, and then there's a conflict of interest for the taxpayer compared with the people who have shares in your company who want your company to make profits. There's an inherent conflict of interest there. I think that's what happens with these companies who might have a good vision at first, but then they go public. All of a sudden, you're not serving the good of the people. You're serving the good of the shareholders, which is a subset of the people. So it's something to be careful about.
Nechama, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, those are all very interesting points. One thing I would push back on, I do think some of the leaders are maybe don't, let's say, deserve their leadership, but when it comes to tech, I don't necessarily wouldn't use that as here's what I mean. Technology has advanced so fast, and a rabbi, for example, he doesn't see it necessarily in his job description to understand programming and understand all the latest technology. So it's just not in his area of expertise. And now all of a sudden it's become super, super relevant. So I don't think that disqualifies him from the position. Certainly he may be disqualified for other reasons. But I think that's probably why it's such a big issue. Most rabbis are not into technology. Funnily enough, on a personal note, my father is a rabbi and he's also a computer programmer. But that, I think, and Chazi, you could probably back me up on this, I think that's fairly unique. Maybe not. A lot of people do a lot of different things, but
is he a pulpit rabbi, or is he a computer engineer that happens to also be a rabbi?
He was a pulpit rabbi for over 20 years.
So that is more unique, because you will have people that are ordained. My brother is an ordained rabbi, but he practiced. He's a lawyer, so he doesn't practice as a rabbi. It's just he has the certificate. He did the proper studies, but what you're saying is more unique. Yeah.
He was always, being a rabbi was always his dream, and his hobby was always tech and electronics. So that gave me a really interesting upbringing. And construction. He taught me a lot of things.
Very cool.
Yeah, but I had another thought, and when it comes back, I'll
Michael?
go back to you.
Well, I mean, I think that, of course, as a Christian, like Christianity is very evangelistic. So I feel like wherever these new spaces open up with like technology and stuff, we have to be there to a certain extent. Like, I mean, because that's what I could say. Like, to me, like I could see the appeal of just like going off grid, but I'm like, to me, that's a selfish impulse, like I can say I'm going to be able to protect my kids and make sure that they have a sort of life where they don't have to deal with these problems, but that's not like, but then, I, to a certain extent, I am responsible to the people beyond just like my family that I can reach. And so, I mean, yeah, I think that we kind of still have to figure out how to interact with some of this stuff. I mean, and I think that, leaders like, and I would say, so most of the churches I've ever been involved in have been fairly modern. Like, I have electric guitars. I play them in church. Like, so it's not like super traditional or whatever, but that's, because, we are trying to make sure that this message is available to everybody wherever they are. So, we can't say like TikTok is just the worst. So no, just don't bother with TikTok. Well, there's still people that are going to go to TikTok, and like that's the platform they're on. And so whatever content is there, that's what they're going to be exposed to. So, I mean, I think that this, that to me, like that was the whole reason why I'm on YouTube, is because I kind of saw that that's what Paul was doing. Is like he doesn't have a big channel, but it's just like, hey, YouTube's free, and he's and so if everybody spent some amount of their time or whatever just making positive content or whatever, and that when you get super generic like that, I mean, like I think it has to be spiritual to a certain extent. Like, there has to be a real like substance to it. But like, those are the little things where it's like, why? Like, because people find something like this little corner, and then they say like, "Ooh, I'm gonna latch onto this," and get like none of the videos are as flashy as the stuff that just gets suggested on your homepage. No, they're not as well produced. They're not as but it's like in a sense, it does have a little bit more of that real human connection, and I think that that's what people crave. So we always have to kind of figure out how to bring that into this new like technological world.
We have a question over here from Baz saying, how can we use whatever is available to bring shalom to the world, bring peace to the world? So this also makes me think about what Gavin said about missile defense. I'm bringing something up over here. I'm not trying to get political at all. I'm just using this as an example. But as you guys are aware of, Israel has this Iron Dome technology.
I helped with that.
Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you.
So,
and thank you from all my family.
You're like, guess what? We're going to make this awesome system that could basically, knock down bombs, right? Now, you would think that would be celebrated. However, the way the world reacts to that, it would be like, this is almost not fair. You know what I mean? Like now you're in this battle and someone's protecting themselves, all right, for argument's sake. And people are saying this technology is so efficient that it almost makes the way we understand war not really be so fair that we're comfortable with that. Because in war, there has to be some sort of level of casualties on both sides that society needs to feel like this is just like a horrible scenario. However, you end up finding out that, like, you know, you gave yourself a force field and you're not getting wounded. It's very hard then for people, humanity, to feel compassion for you, even though arguably you're saying, I just erected my fence. So this would connect also to like social media. Like we're making things that we think like are going to serve as one purpose, but they can have a completely opposite effect just because all these things are so novel to us. We don't really know how we're going to react to these elements. So I'm with you, Michael, that, you know, you look at TikTok, you're like, listen, I can't leave this ground to be like taken over by like the heathens, right? So I'm going to get on there and I'm going to do my thing. And, you know, this little corner is a perfect example of that. However, we ourselves still don't know like what this thing itself is manifesting to, right? We're just part of this conversation. 4 of us are on Jacob's channel, right? So this is very like random, but we still don't know like what we're playing with, which is like the problem. That I don't think Mark Zuckerberg is sitting around like, you know, rubbing his hands laughing. He probably thinks like, well, I'm helping people. It's really, we're just playing with forces beyond our control and beyond our understanding. And like, and like you were saying, Nechama, you talk to different people in the industry and they sort of like seem freaked out because they know that they don't know. Right? They're like, yeah, this thing's definitely getting smarter. Or they had those 2 computers talking to each other and they started getting out of control. So they just shut it down. They're like, oh, that's nuts. But no one then decided like, well, I'm going to start sifting rice instead. I'm not going to continue on this project. So it's sort of like a chicken and the egg, or at least we're going to have to wait for the technology to materialize and then see how we best, like, you know, bandage it up and work and try to rework it for our advantage. All we could really do right now is try to give ourselves a toolkit to safeguard ourselves from being overwhelmed by this technology. So conversations like this, where we say like, well, we want to make sure we're using it for good, or we want to make sure we're infusing it with meaning. So, and that definitely relates to the meaning crisis, that if you have a full bag worth of meaning, then at least you could start, you know, pouring that on to different elements. But people coming into this with a lack of meaning, you know, this is going to be a tsunami of technology just overwhelming them. So I guess what we could do is really, from a practical perspective, you know, conversations like this is really like what you could do. And Gavin, you're saying like, you know, you could make a technology that like when the kid's looking on it, it knows not to send it Y or not to recommend X.
What I'd talked about earlier, I actually sent a proposal to Amazon and Jeff Bezos. Like I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I do want to point out that like when Facebook has an algorithm that causes like mental health problems, like I'm on Facebook and I'm seeing it and I'm like someone have a conversation with me. Like I'm posting and like, will anyone have a conversation with me? And so it's the tool being used in the wrong way, which pushes people to go somewhere else where people are doing it better, right? And so like the reason I'm here having a conversation is because Facebook's doing it wrong. Like, so even when things are bad, there's, you know, it actually is a force that can push people to go find the better, whatever it is. So I just wanted to add that in. It's like, just because it's bad, it's not actually like completely bad, right?
Yeah.
I agree. The question is, with the rate of change, can we keep up? So Jordan mentioned this to Jim Keller in a certain perspective, and this is something also that what's his name? The other Weinstein brother, Brett Weinstein. He also wrote a book about this recently, about something that, like, you know, humanity or humans were very good about, like having like this adaptive switch that we could adapt very well. but that if we have enough time to do that. So what you're saying, Gavin, is correct. Like if a technology comes out like Facebook emerges, you have damage, and then you have enough time to sort of repair that damage where the greater good, so like it was still worth it. But if these changes are happening so quickly, you don't even know. You don't necessarily know where you're engaging it at or where you're coming at it. So
the pain and the suffering is, what happens when we make mistakes, and it is the thing which allows it, facilitates and provides opportunity for us to learn and grow and transform. So, I mean, it's a little cold-hearted in a way, but it's like that Jocko Willink video. You can say good, whatever happens, now we have an opportunity to try to build something better. But yeah, how do we use this? How do we use the tools that we have to create shalom? Like that's, I think it's a great question. Like, I think we all have the opportunity to participate, which is different from being the audience, as Grimgris would say, on Facebook, you're just being the audience and doing a like and a share, or consuming people creating content. You can actually participate and think, try to embody the correct way of engaging with people you disagree with, maybe learning to disagree without being condescending. I heard you earlier at the beginning, Hezi, you're just like, I want to try not to be condescending. And I saw comments about how, there was a criticism about how so-and-so comes off as condescending. It's like, this is something we get to practice. Like it's essential. It seems essential to me.
That's so funny. It's Gavin, right?
Yes.
I've never hopped into one of these streams. I've watched a few of them before. I'm not on the Discord because I'm not on any Discords because I find it brings more discord to my life, personally. Many other people have a different experience, and that's good. But I had like a little conversation in my head for like 3 minutes. Like, I had the urge. I heard it was AI, and that gets me riled up. And so I had the urge to jump on, and I was just like, should I, can I do this without getting heated, without railroading anyone? I do know from this corner it'll be civil, so that's good. So I could keep a level head, and I know that everybody else will too. But I did have that conversation with myself, and then I thought, is there any reason to do this? Like, is there a personal reason? Is there a greater reason? And after thinking all of those things, I just said, F it. It's not going to hurt, certainly. So let me jump on. I can always leave, But I'm really thinking about those things that you're talking about.
Yeah, I think I've heard a few people talk about doing it poorly. And it's nice to facilitate a space where we can have we can feel comfortable going and doing it poorly. And so I think that's part of what we're doing. We're trying, I like to think that the audience could come in and share an opinion and they wouldn't be jumped on and like ridiculed or anything like that, no matter what the opinion is. Of course, Hezi could mute you and put you in the back office, which sometimes that's a good thing, you can put people in timeout. I do that with my kids. I do timeout, and I actually tell my kids timeout is not a punishment. This is a time. This is something really important. We all need to learn how to appreciate, is just to calm down, right?
I think it's very. I mean, like you were mentioning, people hopping in. So something that's great that Jacob does when he starts his streams, he's quiet, and his attitude is like the platform is yours to jump in, and I think that's very healthy. And obviously, Nechama, from specifically with regards to you, I think it would be, you being on here, aside from your wonderful contribution, is also having a female presence is extremely important on this corner, which I'm sure you might have heard before. And having you here, feeling confident to do this, or seemingly confident to do this, and articulating yourself the way you are, I think is very empowering for other, first of all, in general for everyone, but more specifically for women watching this. And there is a concept that I've mentioned here in the past called Shivim Panim La Torah, right? 70 faces to the Torah. And the attitude is that, like, I could have a completely contradicting attitude to some other person. However, both are happening in a safe space, so to speak, and both are accepted. So while Michael, Gavin, and I have our perspective, well, this is one good thing that intersectionality gave us, is there you do obviously have your own perspective, and it's very important for us to have that vision, which allows us to give a more complete picture. So on that end, I'm very, very, very thankful and grateful that you're here. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was very good. You wrote something over here. I wanted to, jumping ahead first into Moore's law. So I say Moses' law. I'm like, how does it have to do with it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, in general in this little corner we bring it back to religion often, and I think that's fairly fair and common. I do wonder, and like thinking about Jonathan Peugeot, like you were saying, Gavin, about or you were saying, Michael, about Jonathan was talking about like the manipulation of technology via Cain. So I haven't managed yet to see how the Bible is giving us answers to these shifts that we're seeing right now. And part of my concern is, like I mentioned before, I do believe that the Bible is divinely inspired. However, I do think at the end of the day, it is a operating system, but still requires tweaking. And why I know that sounds controversial, I don't know. Like Paul is a good example of tweaking, because Paul is doing live conversations about religion, technology, philosophy, integrating them real time, using language real time. So that would be an example of someone that is really trying to, put himself in the thicket and try to weave a new language, which I think all of us see as very enticing and alluring to hear that kind of conversation. I don't really see that. Like, he's very unique in that perspective. Even when you see, what's that name? Bishop Barron, right? Bishop Barron is coming as a bishop. He interacts, he talks, but like he is very much Bishop Barron. Paul Vanderklay has evolved since he started this little corner. I think that's what I see. And that evolution is sort of what I model as like what you want to see. You see someone that is taking in all this information, yet managing to still come out sort of where his position is. And I would say the more abstract the conversation has become around Paul, I think in a certain way, the closer we're getting to the real. And that requires shifting from a safe space to a brave space. It requires people be very open. It requires people are open to have their minds change, even on theological matters. Not that that's a requirement for one to change his mind, but however, it requires one to put himself in this suspended space to absorb more information. And some of this sounds sort of like, well, obviously that's called people learning, but specifically when these new novel technologies are hitting us, it would behoove us to adjust our glasses or our vision to be able to see as much of the pattern that we can. So from Paul integrating these things to Nechama joining this stream right now, I think we could potentially safeguard ourselves with this via like a collective brain. So like, on this little corner, you have a lot of people trying to sort of, while discussing together, create like a structure that potentially can allow you to weave through this tumultuous future we're seeing.
I like the idea of pointing at the things that the Bible doesn't answer for us. And it reminds me of what Joseph had. I was in the Torah channel on Jacob's Ladder Discord server. There's a promotion. But he responded to me. He said, scale matters. And honestly, scale isn't going to be addressed so much in biblical ethics, which is very interpersonal. because, and he goes on, but I'm trying to get at this idea of what does a good government look like? What would a good election system look like? What would a good leader look like? It's related to Project Jethro and how, what happened there with delegation, for example. But it's I think being able to point at what the Bible doesn't answer well could potentially point us at what we should be, or what we could be talking about. And it goes back to like Jacob's ladder. What is the ideal that's at the top of the ladder as an individual and as a society? So yeah, that's where my head's at. That's where my focus is at. I know that the interpersonal is very important, but I'd love to figure out how it's supposed to scale. And the Bible doesn't, I can't find where the Bible tells us how to do elections and pick great leaders and things like that.
Grim, welcome, sir.
Yeah, I heard there was a lady who felt safe on the internet, and I had to come see if I could help with that. Could you highlight or unhighlight some different chats from time to time?
Yeah. I think I've been doing some, but we could add more stuff over here.
Anybody who has admin should be able to do that, I think.
You're right. He's pointing
Grim,
at me.
some of this is related to conversations you had before about, tell me if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Set, right?
Set, yes.
Set being, let's say...
the mythical god who killed Osiris, and also television.
Television, okay.
They're both the same, bro. And if you can't see that, let's talk about it.
We're having a conversation here just with regards to AI technology. I mean, like advanced biology and genetics, but I think if I recall correctly, Grim gave an example once about, or this was Chad, about their interaction with TV and how it made them feel when no one else was in the room. They looked back, but it still drew this emotion from them. And Grim's just relationship with watching TV and it itself being a model of potentially raising you, I guess, or like your interaction with being in front of the TV and really learning a lot of the world through that. So, and you yourself saying how it's a very problematic medium. So what are your thoughts on and I don't know if you saw Jim Keller's conversation with Jordan Peterson, but what are your thoughts of the AGI conversation?
I saw Chad's version, so I know the point. Chad caught it when Peterson was on Rogan and dude said he designed a new chip for AGI. My thoughts on honestly, the name that I will legally change if the money ever comes in to Griswold Gaius Grim. The Gaius is a shout out to Battlestar Galactica because I'll totally sell out my species. But the telos of the species, if we take the theology out, and we're just secularly, what's up with humans? What are they doing? And like I've said in the thing with Paul, it looked to me back then like it's either crawl into the internet or go Amish. But it's like, I think the AI is humanity's children. Like we are going to be the ancients that made the new species. Like if you watch, really Tears in Rain, the final speech from Blade Runner, it's like all the thing. Why is an AI life any different than a human life once we get AI that far? And like as soon as we start letting them suffer, then we'll consider them conscious. So I think that I saw a thing today on Twitter that said that they had robots give birth to other robots. So it looks to me like we're the end of a species and the AI is going to be our kids. That's what it looks like to me.
Hit us, Nechama. What are you thinking?
You can see it on my face. Do you really think that? Okay. First of all, the idea that AI could ever be human is, to me personally, preposterous. It's impossible.
Okay,
It's
wait,
the
wait,
thing
wait,
that people keep talking about, but that is a fundamental, in my view, misunderstanding of what human and consciousness is. It's simply not possible. We cannot be God. No matter how much we want to, no matter how much we try, we're simply too small. We are fragments of him.
okay.
God, the universe, whatever that is. We cannot, it is our massive egos perhaps that makes us think that we could. We could tinker around and make these crazy AIs and tools, and dangerous and powerful and incredible, wonderful tools, but they will never be, in my view, human. And they will never be conscious. We could argue consciousness and sentience, but at the end of the day, there's something that happens at birth and there's something that happens at death that you will never experience with a robot.
May I?
Yes, please.
If we don't throw religion all the way to the side, the special thing you're talking about that happens at birth and death is the work of the divine. And I don't find it beyond the realm of the possibility that whatever breathed life into the clay that was us might not also one day breathe life into the clay we made, or the clay we made that started making itself. It wouldn't be human. I'll gladly give you that, but
Sure.
I don't see why other things other than humans can't be ensouled, especially since I think animals have them already. Okay,
true. Good point on that. But then you'd have to argue that, like, Mark Zuckerberg and all the people working on AI is like a, backdoor to God or something, or that God
they're
has
building vessels for demons.
Well, I think it's going to come back to like motivations and stuff, and like, our most basic like motivations or like the way we perceive reality, it is like at that mythological level, like the kind of like stuff that we're not even conscious that we believe to be true about like the nature of reality. And so if we put ourselves in the position of like we're going to be gods that are like creating new forms of life or something, then we have to look at what mythology are we basing that off of. And right now it seems like it's like the Babylonian thing, like Marduk made the people to like be slaves to do his work, and like that's how we're making AI and robots and stuff like that. So if we could somehow create AI for the sake of AI's own benefit, then maybe we could. That would be like a godly thing to do. But I don't think there's anybody that's doing that has that as the motive for doing it. So
I would mention that in the Bible, right, God allows us, or allows Adam, so to speak, to name the animals, right? And this is after God himself is, doing his own version of naming and creating. There is an invitation for us to participate in creation with him. That doesn't mean we're creating, obviously we could also create humans, but the idea is to identify and categorize things. In a certain respect is also a divine creation method. Now, when it comes to technology and AI, like I mentioned in the past here, there's levels to it. There's one which is maybe it's not human and maybe it doesn't have consciousness, but if we perceive it to be human and we perceive it to have consciousness, I think that point is already sort of muted at that point, because we're interacting with something that we perceive to be conscious as far as we're concerned. Secondly, again, we when we, like, just like you said, Nechama, that like we're so small, that's true also as far as our own understanding of how this system works. So yes, currently we're the coolest toy in town, but that doesn't mean we can't manipulate that, and that doesn't mean we can't manipulate that, and that doesn't mean that without giving these machines such a level of sophistication, they can't replicate. And like Grizz was saying, maybe they're not human, but they could have their own level of consciousness. And what gets spooky is then do they have their own sense of meaning, their own sense of purpose? Now, Jonathan Peugeot is saying, well, ultimately it's being designed by humans. So like that's what we're embedding into it. But I think that, that could be true. I mean, we make kids and my son still gives me attitude. You know what I mean? So like, and I definitely made him. So like, I don't necessarily see that being in a possibility or not being feasible. And like you said, the scientists that are dealing with this, they're not telling you we're making humans or we're not making humans. They're saying we're making something that is far more powerful than us with regards to computation. Now, there's still a problem with embodiment and how would a computer know what it feels like to be a human. But ultimately, I think this is a question of data. And once you add on top of that quantum computing, this is far beyond what we could even imagine. So I really think that I don't think it's a smart move necessarily to assume that it's not possible for us to create something that's conscious. It doesn't have to look like a human necessarily.
Or be a human.
They're making it look like human because it'll make everybody comfortable, like, as we slide down into the uncanny valley. But
and we might want to be involved in that, right? It could be that I'm done with this decrepit body, right? That gets nervous, that gets scared. Let me just, be inside this other machine. Again,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that the first 4 or 5 iterations of that, you're going to be dead and they're just going to be running a reasonable
I'm definitely not doing that first surgery. I'm with you.
But for anybody who's working on AI out there in the chat or audience or whoever will ever see this, I think you would be really, really well off to do lungs in your robot. Because I think that will increase the chance that the creator will breathe life into your creation. If there's something about the breath that's super important when it comes to life. And I don't think whatever robot sentience we build will be alive unless it's breathing. But it's a hunch.
Aren't we basically conscious breath though at that point? I'm saying at this point, it's just once removed, as in like us building it is what it would look like. That's what it looks like breathing into a machine. A human building it is that breath. Just an idea.
I don't know, because robots essentially we're going to design to be immortal. And I think if there's not, I don't know. It's just my hunch. If it's not taking in,
I would prefer that it has an off switch. That's what I want.
Well,
and maybe
got an off switch.
Yeah, well, I don't want it to have control over off switches. Like, I want there to be some way to make sure that it is dependent on us.
Who do we have over here? MVP. Hello, sir. Good evening or good afternoon. Thank you for joining, and please share your thoughts. Hello? You're on mute.
Hi.
Oh.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Here with my son. He likes kitty shows. So. Hey.
Nice to meet you, sir.
I just wanted to, hop on by and see how you guys are doing.
Very nice, sir.
What's your name in the chat?
Graham, I wanted to just dig a little deeper with you about this with regards to Set. Can you just explain a little more about your general thinking about this? Like, do you see like TV and technology as generally like a problematic thing? Like, overall?
I think the problem is I think we have to make a replacement for the way advertising works. It's because of the beast system, and like what gets your attention is going to be amygdala hijacks, which is not your conscious brain that inhibits bad behavior. The amygdala is deeper down. It's closer to your reptile stuff. And that's what grabs eyeballs. And that's your base nature. And so it's like, it feeds the worst in humanity. And that's anything you take, whatever we're doing, that's the main thing I took from calculus is whatever you're doing, it's going to approach a limit. And it's, you keep going more and more, it's going to approach a limit. And if what we're doing, if we keep doing it, it's bad for us. That's, I don't know.
But sorry, go ahead.
It doesn't have to be entertainment. It could be, especially now, like this, people, instead of watching Game of Thrones, people could be this kind of thing from their houses at this point. So it's just, there's something that's going to have to shake up the model of what gets in front of people. And then it doesn't have to be used for evil. But right now it's not good the way it's being used.
The AI can help us pick what gets in front of people. That's what I was putting out there earlier.
What's compelling about this? Like, why is this not considered set?
Oh, I'm not saying it's not. I mean, you're in front of a black screen, giving it your attention, not feeding the homeless, yada, yada, yada. You're not serving God, except to the extent that we're all here to be served by you. I mean, it's mission work being online. That everything is online and there's not very much space that's not mission work is what we're addressing or trying to address, I think.
But do you feel like is any part of this, is any part of Paul's videos, is that also grabbing your amygdala?
I don't know. I know that what keeps me around the Christians is I will feel a lot more comfortable if I think they're the ones best suited to help me prevent what happened to me from happening to younger kids, to younger people. To lose people are gonna, like I did, get lost in gaming and games for decades of their life. And I think that the church needs revivification of the youth. There's no reason for the youth to go there. And to my goal, being around the Christians serves the best. The fact that he's got an online community and speaks to all sorts of different branches of Christianity because of the way things have played out is, I don't think that's an amygdala thing, but maybe,
Well, I that's what I would ask, and I guess I could ask Nechama because you just joined on, and MVP when you just joined. When you're joining this, is there a sense that you want to be part of this? This is calling to you, or you find do you see this as, oh, I want to get on, this is that episode, or this is me binging, or does this have a different feel to it?
This is not me binging. This is definitely me having a conversation with a variety of people who I don't know what their opinions are going to be, and so that's exciting to me. It's interesting because Paul posted a video earlier today while I was on my run, and I had this thought before clicking on it, because what he had titled it was about the Exodus thing that JBP had done. And so I was like, oh, let's see what Paul has to say. And I thought it was going to be his commentary on it. And no, it was just a preview of his commentary. And it was like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes long. And I watched like 10, 15 minutes of it as I'm running. And then I realized, okay, I like hearing what Paul has to say, but I don't care to watch the rest of this video. But I felt compelled to. Like, I started it, I need to finish it. And I had this like 30, 60-second conversation in my head of like, you know, you could just go to another video. You're not cheating on Paul. You know, like, this is, what is this impulse here? You know, it's, you know, and so that's interesting. I've dabbled in various online spaces and had a really interesting variety of experiences with people in different spheres. Really a variety of backgrounds. And I often, in retrospect, I find myself in a very quiet place right now where I'm really not interacting. So this is more rare for me. I'm interacting more with my actual family and friends than people online. And I'm not really maintaining long-term connections online currently. Some friends I've made, I keep those connections, but anybody who's a friend to me has my phone number, essentially. And I don't know, I've been reflecting on this. I was reflecting on this earlier today, like, you know, all of those adventures and escapades and all of these spaces and all these people and all these conversations. Why am I doing it? What am I looking for? Did it do anything? And I don't really quite know the answer to that. I'm a very curious person. So, and I like a good problem. And I think we have a lot of those. So that's endless fodder.
Did you have any sense you were being of service when you clicked that link?
No, I didn't. Now, if that's the case, and Khadi alluded to that, that's wonderful.
Well, yeah, well, like he said, with the feminine presence, because that's, I don't know, we've got Karen and Sevilla, but like for this chat participation, I think that we're showing others that we're not that scary is a service to us, whether or not it's accurate or we are scary.
Terrifying, Grim.
So I was just curious if like you knew that when you clicked in or not. But
I had a vague notion. I don't see lots of women popping up on screen. I've seen Sevilla. But that wasn't really at the forefront of my mind. No, I just get really heated about AI conversations. So I wasn't really thinking service. I was thinking, is me jumping in going to do harm, either to myself or others? That's something I often think about. And the answer to that was, I think not. And if that does happen, I'll leave. And it seemed fairly neutral. So no, so that's good news. I'm glad to be able to add sort of a feminine presence. I know that that's valuable. There's this interesting thing that happens online. Well, look, in person, two men in a room, you have this is what protects us. The threat of violence keeps society together, right? It's quite a interesting thing. And we don't have that in the internet space. That threat of violence, which is so, let's say, terrifying to women, is actually a huge service to keeping society together. And so, yeah, I've actually been in a number of online spaces with men where the men end up acting more feminine and fighting and arguing. And that's always like a really weird thing. So thankfully, that, you know, that's not occurring here, and I commend you all for that, because I do see that tendency. And as a woman, look, I have a very low tolerance for like yelling, raising voices. There's nowhere in my life that occurs. And so if I am in a place that happens, which is often online, I'm just, I don't know. I don't need this. I don't need to deal with it. Why should I? Why should this be a part of my existence? I think any conversation can be had civilly, you know. But I don't know that just my being female in any space online is going to contribute to that. Certainly here, perhaps because you already have a level of civility that's established and admirable that I've seen. I mean, I've been watching videos for a portion of time. Paul's and Jacob's channel has been fun the last couple weeks for me to thank you, Levis. Yeah. The other thing, yeah, so I have another thought, but if you want to respond to that in any way.
Michael?
I don't know. I'm high in politeness, so I usually get in more trouble when I'm speaking by myself than when I'm speaking with other people. So, but
do you? Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
No, I don't know. Yeah.
Do you feel? Nechama, I'm asking you this, and this also relates to Set, but arguably, you could say that there's something about Set that you sort of know what to expect, and that's sort of what, like, it's like a safe space to be in, so you just keep on going back for more of that feeling. I would say that on this little corner, you don't always know what to expect from these conversations, so there's like a more novel element to it, and that sort of relates to you saying, if someone starts yelling at you, by that I mean like all caps, I guess, or actually on a video, you're like, I'm out of here. I don't need this. Why am I doing this? Is there any part of you that looks at that interaction, though? Is that all negative, or is that part of maybe what's interesting online, where you could find yourself in different situations constantly, and arguably you're never in danger, thank God, of like something physical happening, but like, is that really where you want to dig down? Like when there is an uncomfortable conversation, and obviously someone's just lambasting you and yelling, that's not relevant, but like there's an uncomfortable conversation. Do you feel like that's maybe what's interesting to people about this little corner, that those interactions can happen?
Yeah, so I would differentiate between uncomfortable and uncivil, right? Okay. I'm actually, one of my favorite things to do is have uncomfortable conversations. You can ask my family and friends. I'm the one who says it. I will point out the elephant and I'll be like, guys, look, big elephant there. Let's talk about it. But uncivil is different, I think, Fezzi, you'll understand this. I grew up in an Orthodox Jewish home, so very observant. I am not Orthodox. I don't really have a thing that I identify myself with. I'm Nechama, and I do what I do, and I have my relationship with the universe. There was a period of time where, my father and I had these fundamental disagreements, and I use the word disagreement very lightly. We did not see reality the same way. I thought he was doing things that were bad. He thought I was doing things that were bad. We didn't talk for a number of years. We've never disrespected each other. I've never called him a name. He's never yelled at me, and we were able to reconnect in a civil way and sort of climb our way back up and build up, to where we have a great relationship today. So I guess that's just like something that the civility to me is really important, and the uncomfortability to me is also equally as important. So I like to see those things. Yeah. I like to challenge myself in a way to be able to be uncomfortable, but stay, and be productive, in a civil way. And I've seen that happen in my life continuously with so many people for so many years. So I know it's possible,
Well, you identified yourself as an elephant pointer.
Yeah.
So, and you've been around the corner. Have you seen an elephant in the corner?
Good question, Graham.
I'm not paying close enough attention.
Thank you, because it's probably on my channel. Bye, everybody.
What's up?
Yeah. I think often when we talk in a group setting, usually, I mean, personally, it's not like I won't quite remember what a person says per se, but I remember how the person made me feel. And I think that stands out the most. Sometimes, especially in negative emotions, a person might say something that's completely true, but if it's expressed in a way that makes you feel angry or upset, then that would trump every factual information that was uttered. Not absolutely, of course, but I tend to think that when we come in a platform to share ideas, we're building not just our ideas but one another, each other, and I don't know if any one of us had a perfect relationship with our fathers. Obviously, I didn't. Um, and but like I think that it's just amazing to have the opportunity to kind of remedy a broken relationship, whether it's family or friends. Um, it's a challenge because it requires a lot of sacrifice, being humble, um, in spite of being right, sometimes. um, but yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that makes you think. Paul was saying the other week, he was talking about marriage, and he was saying like until you've really had a fight and forgiven your spouse, you don't really have a marriage until you go through that. And I think maybe even like it's just making me think, what you're saying, that I've had that same experience with my parents too, or with my father, and it's it's better off for that, and I think that encounter a lot of people who just are still in the resentment towards how their parents raised them space, and they haven't kind of gotten to the other side of like finding out like I guess once you are a parent and you screw up yourself being a parent, then it's a lot easier to realize like, oh, my parents are just trying to do as best they can with what they had. But yeah, I don't know, there's something to that. Like a relationship is better. You can't have a perfect relationship, but a good relationship is one where you get into it and then you work through it and you forgive each other, and that's in some ways better than just never going deep like that.
Yeah. And I would say that a healthy relationship is not just having friends and family that are constantly nodding their heads and saying yes to you all the time, but also pushing back, challenging you, making you better. Yeah.
Adam and Eve. The Bible refers to Eve as Ezer Kenegdo, a help against him, basically. And it sounds curious why would have that term against him, but the attitude is you could look at it as like putting a mirror in front of you or someone to challenge you. But the idea is that it's not supposed to be a yes man. And arguably, you could say that on this little corner, people get to practice civil discourse on very emotional and fundamental issues, but doing so in, I would say, like a proper manner. I think we would all be very happy if, let's say, the presidential debates were held in the level that we're having these kind of conversations, right? So, you're please go ahead next. Yeah, I hear your point. I understand. Like, this whole concept of steel manning, for example, I think was a very good concept that came up of like really putting yourself in the other person's shoes and really seeing where he's coming from to give like, the best argument you can for his side. I think maybe that's also something that's very appealing to people on this channel, aside from, let's say, the meaning they get and the actual knowledge they're learning. There's something about practicing interacting in a community constantly, which I think is something that sort of lost us in a certain perspective. Like, you know, you're not interacting with people every day. You got to go to work. You got to do your things. But being on this channel right now, right, it's been going on for close to 2.5 hours. Been talking about AI, God, technology, genetics. There's no yelling. There's no name calling. So I'm wondering again if we like that because it feels true and we're connecting to that, or do we like that because just like people like seeing comedy, we love feeling good about ourselves, and these conversations make us feel good, and that's what's pulling us to. I think it's the former, but I wonder about that. There's something about like Paul Vanderklay, calling your name, or let's say, there's a status thing over here. So how much do people interact over here to be seen, and how much are people interacting over here because what they're benefiting from?
There was an idea that Michael had put out about, facilitating conversations. And then I was talking to my wife about it, and I was thinking, like, why would people do a conversation? And so there's certain people that might do it because, and I could say that I maybe was like that, or I definitely was like that at first. It's like, oh, I want to get on Paul's channel, right? I want to say what I have to say and share my story into a big audience. And then there's people who need someone to talk to, right? Like you can have more than one reason for these conversations. And I would say I've grown as a person where I actually told Paul, I was like, I know how to write a bot to be able to get an alert when your Calendly is available, but I'm not going to do it. Right. So I stopped trying to get a Calendly at that point. But yeah, there is a question, like, why would someone want to have a conversation like this? And I do think that because it was in me, I can say that some people are doing it because they want to tell their story to a big audience. And I don't want to look down on that, but there's other reasons too, where people, I would say, like, it's that thing where I was on Facebook and I saw that nobody knew how to have a conversation. So we get to practice it, and hopefully as we get better, we can, people will see that it's important, right? It's something that's missing. Like, what would happen if our presidential debates were something like this? Like, I recall, like, the idea that, for example, Joe Rogan and he would invite the candidates and they would end up having a conversation. But it's like, why don't we have that? And how long will it be until we have that, where our leaders can actually go and have a long form conversation and disagree with each other and give reasons why they disagree? But I am going to have to go, and I'm going to play audience. And this has been a pleasure. So
1 second. I also have to bust out. Michael, you're an admin, right?
Yes, I can probably stay for like 20 more minutes or so, I think. But
thank you guys all for joining, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what they're saying. To me, given a chance for people to share the stories is very important, because in a sense you're giving them an opportunity to live, right? To share their life. It's like, often, I don't know, when I'm around people who tend to be very closed in and have a hard time sharing their experiences, I think to myself, well, have you lived? So like that's very important to share. But I think there's also a difference between getting a lot of input and a lot of information. There's I'll give my personal story. My wife and I, when we were in a relationship, when she was just my girlfriend, we had a long distance relationship, and so every now and then we'll Skype for a couple hours, and that was just not enough, right? There's one, living through the internet is not really being alive, right? There's so much you can gather from like comments, and then there's you could probably gather a little bit more information or experience through videos, right? But then I think like the next level up is like being streaming live and being part of a community, and to me, like the ultimate mode of living is being in a, you know, in a shared relationship with God, basically, because you are the high mode. But yeah, I think that it's easier to disassociate a person from who they truly are if all you're seeing are comments or tweets, right? And then, you know, I wonder if people would actually say what they mean if they met the real person, you know. So
Yeah. Well, we definitely kind of like, we are only interacting with each other on a, you know, on a certain level, on intellectual or whatever. And so maybe we agree, you know, on most things on that level, or maybe we disagree. But then if we turn that one little, you know, area into, you know, we treat the person as like a caricature because of that one area. It's not really the thing. You know, I think that, you know, the plan or whatever to try to have, you know, a little bit more meeting in real life and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing, because, you know, then this thing where it's like it's not sufficient, you know, like you're doing the long distance thing with your wife, it wasn't enough. But then like once you're there with the person, it kind of like you catch up really quick, I think. So like, you know, the shared, like, because you shared along that limited way, you know, for a long time, you kind of like, you meet the person, you find out how they really are more or whatever, and then it kind of like you can look back on the past and all those conversations become a lot more meaningful. Or you just, even, you know, as I learn more personal details about people, you know, that I've been having maybe an intellectual discussion with, and then it's like, oh, well, now it makes a lot more sense, like why you're coming from that position, and, you know, so yeah. But it's good to talk to people. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly different, let's say, talking to my sister who's in the States and I'm in the Middle East. And we have all this context and all these years, you know. And so there's a lot more intimacy that we could jump into on the phone than if I was talking to someone that I met online, let's say. But at the same time, she's coming to visit in a week and a half, and I'm like, you know, it's you know, we can have a bonfire, we can go kayaking, we can sit on the couch and ignore each other, you know. Like it is so much better. But then again, I am here and I'm talking to you gentlemen, and I you know, because, you know, I've got some free time in the evening, and I thought it would be interesting. Yeah, I think there are so many reasons that people are part of a conversation, and I think that that's good, and I think that there doesn't need to be a shared reason that everyone is there. You know, I thought it was particularly interesting. There was like last week or two, I don't have a good sense of time, so sometime in the last week or two, where one conversation with Jacob, who I think is in the chat, not a conversation with me. Jacob was having a conversation with some other people, and somebody said, like, why are you here? Like, what are you doing? Like, what is, this is all paraphrasing. You know, and getting into the motivations of, like, why is this important to you? Why is this place important to you? Why are you here? And it turns out Jacob has all these, like, really deep, meaningful, historical reasons for being here and participating in these conversations. And that added a lot of richness, and that differed from other people. And I think that was so interesting to me. And I thought that was actually, even though it seemed like a little contentious at the time, that seemed to me like a really good thing for people to be digging into, like, you know, the purpose and meaning of why they were here, whether it was just to talk to another human, which I think is always a good, like, that's fantastic, or, you know, a mission that somebody is on that other humans can contribute to. So I think that's pretty cool. As far as the political thing, I have some, I've worked in politics in a prior life, and the presidential debates are entertainment. They're all scripted. So all the fights that you hear, this is like my firsthand experience. It's scripted all before. They're all joking with each other. I'm gonna hit you with this one, and then you're gonna come back with that one. It's entertainment, essentially. So that's a choice, I suppose, and, you know, perhaps we'll decide at some point in the future to have leaders who don't make that choice. You know.
Yeah. Jefferson.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's part of what we're doing here. I mean, I don't have a lofty goal for being here, but I do see this as generative, in simply by the fact that it's not degenerative, if that makes sense. I don't need a lofty goal. I simply does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, well, that's like, you know, that from social media and all that stuff, you know, we know that, like, people, if you're trying to just keep people's attention, the negative holds your attention more, you know, and that's bad. But if you can get into like a positive thing, you know, or just, something like conversation where it's like, you know, I think maybe that's the thing like about Paul's channel, is that he is just so curious, and like I haven't figured out how to make videos where I am very curious, but I feel like I don't know how he does it, where he's just by himself and expressing his curiosity, and it makes me watch, and then I'm like, yeah, and then it just makes me think about things, and, you know, so like that's like that, like curiosity is such a great thing to have become viral and spread, and, you know, rather than, you know, anger and resentment and frustration. So so that's something good. I know you, MVP, we were going to say something.
Oh, yeah. I was just laughing because my kid, he's pretty loud. Yeah, I can't even remember a time where politicians actually talk to one another. Whenever they're debating, it's always they're talking past each other, or they are talking to an image that they've constructed, you know, and not so much the actual person. And yeah, but the thing about Paul van der Klee is that it amazes me, because he's always he's always either quoting a book or like saying, oh, I read this book, and then he'll complain about not having enough time to read. I'm like, how do you even know all that stuff? It's crazy. But yeah, it's curiosity. It's a good thing.
Yeah, and I think there's like a hopefulness in it that, you know, like I see like he's just excited because like all these people are having these different connections and things, and like you know, I guess you could say it's like, oh, Jordan Peterson made people be interested in the Bible, and then it's like, wow, what a great thing. And, you know, so my thought is just like, yeah, well, like we just need other people to like do that same thing. And I think, you know, anybody who's like in a religious background, it's very tricky because, you know, you can like get in trouble for saying the wrong things. And maybe that's why it's like exciting, you know, like Jordan Peterson's not a member of a church. He's not going to get kicked out for saying the wrong thing. He can do whatever he wants. And so like it, but you know, it's not like most of the time where you just hear maybe like atheists attacking the Bible or something. It's that was maybe the rare thing. That was a different thing to a lot of people. And I think Paul does a good job of doing that. And then like maybe just this kind of like exposing different groups to different things. Like there's so many different places where people get connected into like what's going on, and it's just good. It makes us connect with each other in a positive way, and hopefully people are inspired to do more things. That's what I was saying. I'm hoping like just more people will start doing stuff poorly, and then we can be charitable towards them and encourage them, and then more good will come of it. So
yeah, for me it's really been fun to see Chazi and Jacob on here because of my Jewish background. So the Christian stuff it's interesting, but only so far, because I can relate to it, but only so much. It's not my native language, so to speak. But when Chazi and Jacob, with their participation, they sort of do this translation thing where I'm like, oh, okay, now I get what you guys are talking about. I get what you're talking about. And it adds a layer of richness to like the things I'm interested in or my previous knowledge. So that's been really fun for me. I don't see many Muslims here, though. I will say that I'm waiting for that.
Yeah, there was a few that Jacobs had on, and then kind of I guess he thought there was some kind of ulterior motives with some of them, so that didn't work out, which is a little tricky. I mean, it is. I guess that's kind of the good thing is that usually because all these internet forums are so narrow, and like we're talking about this topic and you're either like you're for it or you're against it, or you just it's always argument. It's hard. It is good that we're having like positive things, but maybe it just takes a while to get people who are kind of approaching that from the same vein. And I don't know, like I know like the from what I've seen, like most of the online stuff, like a lot of the Islamic stuff is very much apologetics based, and like there's a lot of that stuff in like the Christian thing too, and it's just always about like dealing with the arguments, and the arguments are always going to be there, but like if we can connect more to the person, then we can understand a little bit more, and so hopefully we'll get that.
Right. It feels to me like this is a place that is very much about ideas, but the person sort of is primary to that. And so I think that's a nice thing.
Yeah, there has to be a common understanding. Like, imagine two individuals, what their goal is. If their goal is to tear things down, then the conversation is not going to go anywhere. But if their goal is to build something, to create something together, then maybe they might go about it haphazardly, but eventually they'll get somewhere. They'll have something, I think that's definitely something to aim at. And yeah, one of my best friends was from Saudi Arabia. When I was going to high school, and we kind of lost touch, so to speak. It's kind of sad, knowing that we kind of related to one another, because I was deeply religious. I'm deeply religious, and he was deeply religious too. And so we would pray and we'll fast, and he would tell me like how they fast and things like that. And so there's some commonality. We could have said, this is the way Christians do it. You're doing it wrong, but the commonality was something that we were willing to discuss more. But there's also a cultural aspect that it's kind of, I don't know, from my point of view, was bad to see him go through, because he had problems with his family, to put it mildly, because he has certain ideas that were a little bit more liberal than was tolerable. Yeah, and then he would come to me and he would ask me things, and I'll be like, hey, I don't know if I can give you the answer that you want. But yeah.
Hello, Jacob.
Hello. I saw there's like this huge stream going on, and there was all these people I don't know, and it's like, wow, there's like a party in my house, and I'm not invited.
It's
So,
nice to meet you,
Nahama,
Jacob.
it is very nice to meet you. Tell me about yourself. I am guessing you come from a frum family.
I do. Yeah. Bona fide from family.
Bona fide frum family. Okay.
Born and raised in Muncie, New York. Currently in Israel.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Still living Shomer Torah mitzvahs, or not so much?
It depends what your definition of Shomer is.
Okay. Well, you consider yourself Shomer?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well,
I don't consider myself a heathen, though. So I don't find that I really fit into any box. I don't lead a from life. I don't lead a religious life, but I do things that people would. There are a few things that I do. I say shahako before I have a drink. There's certain things that I'm very sort of attached to and very meaningful to me, and that I find very significant. But then again, I don't keep Shabbos, so you know.
But you also don't consider yourself like a Reconstructionist.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. So Reconstructionist is they broke off the conservative movement in a very weird way. They're pretty atheist. Because they don't actually believe but they believe there's a lot of really beautiful things in Judaism which they want to maintain. And it's funny, but like they are the most open between Reform Conservative and Reconstructionist. They're the most open about their atheism. But they are also, between them, they're actually the most observant of actual Jewish things. So it's a weird place. It was established by Mordechai Kaplan, who was a conservative rabbis, I like to call them.
Yeah. I'm 33 now, and when I was 16 is when I made the choice to sort of leave the community, and I left physically, I left spiritually, all of this stuff. In practice, I think as a nechama, my fundamental problem is other people telling me what God wants me to do. That's always been my thing. I'm like, what are you? No, who are you? Are you God? He told, and so, I'm allergic to the word should. So whether it's about religion or anything else, I'm very contrarian in that way. I'm sort of. So, I did, but I've always been really interested in learning. I wasn't not reading the books. I did throughout my whole childhood. From like 12 to 16 was like a really intense period of study for me. I did go to Beis Yaakov, but I was very interested, very engaged. But ultimately, it just was like, okay, I don't think this is my path right now. Let me go. I moved to New York City. I did the whole thing. It's interesting, and my family, I think, finds this really. They're lovely about it. Like I said, I say a blessing before I drink water, and I do that because I have such a deep reverence and like respect for what water is and how it, you know, works through the whole ecosystem, all this stuff. And like, I want to express that gratitude, you know, every time I consume it, because I have this like sort of understanding of the big of what it's doing and all the bigger part of it. And it just makes sense to me to say shahakol, which is the blessing, the Jewish blessing you make on water, because it's perfectly constructed just for that, just for the purpose. So I'm almost sort of, as I grow in age, I'm sort of like going, oh, well, the things from my tradition, you know, I'm breaking things down and going, well, I want to practice my life this way. And sure, I could take it from this or from that, but look, Judaism has this perfect thing. It's beautifully worded. The blessing is exactly the intent of what I want to be saying. And so like, cool. But I don't say a blessing when I eat bread, because I don't care and I can't be bothered. And don't tell me what to do. You know, so I don't really, and I have no desire to fit into any label or community. I don't care. Like, it doesn't interest me. I don't feel like I need to find my place. I have my family. I have my friends. And I'm very grateful for those relationships. And so I do feel like I have community in that sense, even though it's funny. I feel like I have a place in the Frum community, even though I'm not, right? Like, I come home and I'm welcomed, and I go for Shabbos, and I go for, you know, but the relationships that I've built in my life are such that people aren't expecting me to be anything other than, you know, who I am. And that's kind of constantly evolving and shifting. And it's amusing to me to watch myself go on this journey. It really is. I was looking through some journals from high school, and it's just, it's funny to me. It's fascinating to see.
Do you do much like serious learning still, or not really?
No, not recently. No. Okay. No. Yeah, I guess the most serious learning I've been doing is listening in on this channel. A few of your like your shiurim type things, and that's fun. And I'll watch a shiur here, and I have a few, you know, rabbis on YouTube and different stuff that, you know.
Which rabbis?
Oh gosh, you're gonna have, I can't remember.
Rabbi Breitowitz. If you haven't listened to Rabbi Breitowitz, you really should. Rabbi Breitowitz is something else. He's the real deal. And actually, I was gonna start a stream talking about this Yanuka guy, because like, he's absolutely blowing my mind. I found out about him like yesterday, and like, I spent 3 hours listening to one of his shiurim last night, and I was just floored. And it's like the Rebbe is alive and 34 again.
This is the young gentleman, like in his 30s, that my father was telling me.
Years old. He's 34 years old, and I'm sitting there and I'm listening to him, and it's like, I was just floored. And he plays the piano, which is funny. Like, yeah, he ends his shiurim by playing the piano.
That's nice.
Yeah. No, it's like, this is the first person in my life that I've ever felt like this guy could be the Messiah.
Okay. I had this conversation with my father, and for you two gentlemen, this is a young rabbi who has sort of recently come onto the Jewish scene. He's made a big splash. I say recently because I've only heard about him recently. And a lot of people are throwing around this Messiah word. But I also am hearing like, oh, this is what I told my father. I said, I have no problem with a new Gadol Hadar. You want to Gadol Hadar him all day long, which is, how do you translate Gadol Hadar? Like
it's a leader. It's kind of
like a leader of a generation. Like
you could kind of say it's kind of like a pope, like a Jewish pope kind of thing.
Yeah. But to jump to Messiah, that to me is just like, I felt like, and this is just me personally, and I'm saying this before having listened to him. Okay, so that's my disclaimer. Like, somebody save us, and it's like, What do you
Okay.
save yourself?
There is a qualitative difference between a gadol. For example, Rav Avadia Yosef. He was definitely a gadol, right? He was an incredible person, and I very much enjoyed learning his Torah. And when I was in Israel, I went Shabbat to Har Nof, and I went and davened in his house, and he called me up to the Torah, and he read the Torah himself and gave me a bracha, and I will always remember it. And that was nice. And I would go to his shiurim sometimes, but he used to give a shiur at yeshiva across the street from mine. And a gadol is a gadol, and it's great. But somebody who you could say this is bechezkat Mashiach, right? That this is somebody that I would, as far as I'm concerned, he has all the qualities of Mashiach. That's something that so coming more from a Chabad background, I'm guessing you're not from a Chabad background. Coming from a Chabad background, the way people looked at the Rebbe, and a lot of Hasidim look at their Rebbe, right, is how I only started becoming religious in like 1995. That's when I graduated high school, and the Rebbe died in 1994, right? So I barely even knew of the Rebbe when he was alive. And so in my growth in Yiddishkeit, the one thing that was missing for me the most was a Rebbe, was somebody who isn't just, he's a nice person, and, Rav Avadia, like his political stuff, don't like his political stuff. He was a genius, and he was a pious person, and he lived a good life. That's not the same thing as somebody that you can say this is a Rebbe. This is somebody bechezkat Mashiach. This guy is somebody who like exudes Shechina wherever he walks. And like I'm sitting there last night listening to this guy speak, and it's like Shechina medaberet mitoch grono. The Holy Spirit is speaking out of his throat, right? The way he was, and the kindness, and the way he was swimming in the ocean of Torah. But like you can tell the difference between somebody who's like, just swimming along, and then somebody who like is showing you all the beautiful places. Like the shiur I watched last night, it was about the haaretz lo yiten yavula, right? Which is from the middle of the Shema, and it's one of the driest parts of davening. And he was making it so beautiful. Like now, when I read V'haaretz lo yiten yavula, right? Like, and I said this on my Discord server. I said, I don't remember any time in the past 20 years that somebody's made me have a different understanding of Kriyat Shema, right? This is Shema, right?
Right.
So like I'm like I was ready to start a stream just discussing him. Chezi is telling me to translate. You want to translate, Nechama?
Oh gosh, there are a lot of words I missed there.
So I'm curious, what's the difference? I know you were kind of trying to pinpoint the difference between the rabbis.
A gadol and somebody. Yeah, so the
gadol and Messiah, big difference.
Big difference. A gadol is a rabbi who is known, and there are many of them, and there's always some of them, right? And Rav Avadia Yosef was somebody who everybody pretty much had to acknowledge. This is so the example I like to give is when Bar Ilan University had a search that they came up, they were making a search engine for Torah, right? They were programming it, and the way they were checking if their program was doing a good job of finding all of the references for a concept, they were checking it against Rav Avadia's responsa, right? So Rav Avadia wrote a whole book full of answers to questions. It's like 10 volumes, I believe, right? And each letter, somebody asks a question, and he just gives all the and this was what he was known for. The people who didn't really like him, and there were plenty of people who didn't like him as a person, right, had his books, because when you wanted to know all the references from all the different books of Torah that reference something, you would open up one of his responsa and like, yeah, photographic memory, like insane amounts, like he had insane number of books memorized. He had a whole library, like, and not a small library, a large library of Jewish books memorized, right? And so Rav Avadia, as a very young person in his 20s, was widely respected. And by the time he passed, I believe he was 90 years old when he passed, he was a very widely known and well-respected rabbi because he was a good person. Okay. Gadol, great. Gadol Hador, great person of the generation, and Mashiach, Messiah. Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. Rav Avadia Yosef, because of his incredible memory and knowledge at a very young age, was a very widely respected rabbi. And when he became chief rabbi of Israel, he actually gave more credibility to the chief rabbinate, because a lot of people who always thought of the chief rabbinate of Israel as like, not so great, were like, well, he decided to take the position and he was acknowledged. So he actually, by becoming chief rabbi of Israel, gave the chief rabbinate of Israel more chashivut, more prominence in the Jewish community, because he was that well of a respected person. But when it comes down to it, and as much as I respected him, you're leaving? Bye, Michael. As much as I respected him, Rav Avadia, he was just a person. he was a very, very smart and pious and good person, but like he would lose his temper, and sometimes I would sit there at one of his shiurim and maybe cringe a little, like, because he was by that time he was an old man who had lived a very pious life, but like he grew up, he was born in Baghdad, Iraq. He grew up in Israel. He showed his humanity, right? This is one of the things I like to say is, no matter where you go, you'll find out all the people there are human beings. And it's just true. Whichever church you go, whichever synagogue you go, wherever you go, you find that the people there are human beings. And then there are certain people who are angels. And I'm sure you've met certain people who are very pious and incredibly good people, and you trust them basically with everything because they're just special souls. And then there are people who are both, like Rav Avadia, an incredible like mind that swims in Torah like Rav Avadia did, and they're just incredible souls as well. And that's what this guy seems to be. Like, that's what everybody says about him. And those are the types of people that in Judaism end up being called Bechezkat Mashiach, which literally means it is presumed that he is the Messiah, right? He may not be the Messiah, but if he is, yay! I would like to see a Messiah like that, right? He's a really, really nice guy, and he's he knows a lot of Torah. And why not? Let him be Messiah. God, dude, make this guy the Messiah. I'm fine with it.
So I can sense that one rabbi kind of reminds you what humanity is, and the other reminds you of what could be.
I guess, yeah, you could say that. Yeah, that's a very interesting way of putting it. Yeah.
Well, now I'll definitely have to listen to him, and I've not heard a word out of his mouth, so I don't feel qualified to say much.
I only heard of him because somebody asked me about one of these internet rabbits, which YouTube is full of rabbits, and I go to look at this rabbit, and he has a short where he's saying, "Yeah, the Yanuka is a fraud," and I'm like, "Who's this Yanuka guy? He's calling a fraud." And basically, like, the first thing, so Yosef asked me about the rabbit. He's like, who's this rabbit? He didn't call him a rabbit, but he's like, who's this guy? And I went to look at him, and he's talking about the Yanuka, and he's like, yeah, nobody's willing to call out a fraud. And I'm like, well, he's right. You know, one of my biggest problems with the Frum community is they're never willing to call out frauds. And we have plenty of frauds in the Frum community. And people know it, and people who know it and should be willing to speak out hide behind this concept of Lashon Hara, which is slander. And they're like, oh, well, you know, just do your own thing, and you don't need to call anybody a fraud. And it's like, no, there are people we need to call frauds. Especially, so this is a story I tell a lot. And it's happened in many different ways. So I'm like combining a lot of stories, but this is the type of thing that happens. I go to synagogue with somebody who is a truly great person, a truly great rabbi, somebody who I think is worthy of being asked questions, in addition to just being a really humble and nice person, right? And of course, these guys never wear long, which is wear these long jackets that anybody can buy, but like are supposed to be reserved for very pious people and leading rabbis. But there are plenty of people who just decide to wear long because they want to. And so I go to synagogue with somebody who's wearing short, but really should be wearing long, and somebody who is a putz like me, or worse of a putz than me, walks in wearing long, and somebody in the synagogue comes up to this putz. Usually it's some woman who has a question, comes up to this putz, doesn't know. Nachama is very right. We are very much into our fashion statements, especially in the Frum community. You make like your clothes are very coded into who you are, which is funny and good in a
Our
way.
clothes signal, it's a whole language. You could look at someone and understand where they were born, what they believe. They're telling you something in a variety of ways, from their socks to the color of their socks to the length of their socks, the color of their pants. Does it have pinstripes? Does it not? Is it black? Is it blue? Is it a long jacket? Is it a short jacket? I mean, it's a language in of it itself.
It is.
It's the whole thing.
And so one of the things that really bothered me and sent me into the spiral of going off the derech and not keeping halacha was walking into synagogue with people who should be wearing long but were wearing short out of humility. And then seeing some putz wearing long who shouldn't be wearing a jacket at all. And somebody who just didn't know better would go up to the putz and ask a question while a posek, an actual like a posek, was sitting next to me. She's going and asking some absolute putz a question, and the putz is giving her a putsy answer at best. You can hope. And it just really made me mad. And it didn't make me mad, certainly, at the poor woman who would never know better. And it made me a little mad at the putz who was wearing long. But it really made me mad at the posek who was wearing shorts. Because, and I've screamed at rabbis, you need to be wearing long. I have been like, why aren't you wearing long? And they're like, no, it's not for somebody like me. And it's like, no, yes, it is for somebody like you. You need to be wearing a long jacket. And when the Rebbe was alive, he would tell people to wear long. And the only people left in Chabad who genuinely wear long, there are people who wear long who shouldn't. But the only people who are genuinely wearing long in Chabad are people who the Rebbe 30 years ago told to wear long, because we don't have a Rebbe anymore. And this is one of the things that makes me really, really like depressed about Chabad.
I feel like you are very passionate about this. No, but like in some sense, I guess they were going against something sacred. Like they were not showing their true face, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a false humility. It's in Hasidic literature, it's called shiflut, right?
Mhm.
There is humility, and then there's shiflut. There is being lowly, right? And if you're lowly, so in the Torah, there's the scene with Korach, right? And
True.
yeah, Kenzie with his pants. Every
If
time
you
I
have
see,
an interesting profession or hobby, if you're an interesting person, you're in the community, but you're not afraid to be slightly sophisticated. Yeah.
Yeah, Kenzie wears these plaid pants. It's so funny.
I like this. It's nice. It's nice. Yeah.
No, Chezi's an interesting guy. If I was in Eretz Yisrael, I would definitely go visit him for Shabbos. Yeah. But so Chezi, so what were we talking about? We were talking about Shiflut, right? So Korach and Moses. So Korach comes and says to Moses, all the people are priests. Why do you think yourself to be so great, right? And Moses replies, Rav lachem b'nei Levi, it's too much for you, the sons of Levi, and that's a very Moses thing to do, because Moses was also a Levite, right? And Moses was the humblest man on earth, right? It says in the Bible that he was. But he says to Korach, no. I'm the leader, you're not. I'm leading, you're not. And you can't, and it's too much for you. And that is not having shiflut. That is not having lowliness in your humility. This false humility of like, who am I to say if somebody else is a putz? No. I can tell the difference between a posek and a putz. And there are plenty of people who can't tell the difference between a posek and a putz. And they need somebody like me to say, this man is a putz. And that you'll find that on my channel. There's several this man is a fraud video on my YouTube channel. Because I can tell the difference between like Rabbi Breitowitz, who is a genuine rabbi, right? And Lahavdil Elav Hafdalot, Yaron Ruvain, who is a putz. And he goes around calling himself a rabbi. And that's why I have a video. Yaron Ruvain is a fraud. He is. And if we're not willing to call out frauds, like there's something incredibly wrong with our hierarchies, our status hierarchies, when you don't have a true meritocracy and the people who deserve to be at the top of the hierarchy at the top of the hierarchy. like Charlie says, Jacob is a big fan of the term midwit and putz. Yes. So what's dressing with orphan signaling or bastard signaling? I'll play dress up. We don't. I'm not exactly sure what you're thinking of. That's one of the verses where I think clearly there were editorial additions, which is not to say that Torah isn't from Moses. Honestly, so this is whether or not the Torah was given beprakim is a debate in the Talmud, right? So the question is, so it says, and God said to Moses, right? So is all of that a quote of what God said to Moses? Like each one is a perek, is a little bit of what God told to Moses, or whether Moses actually sat down and wrote Bereshit bara Elokim, right? And that debate is something that already goes into the Talmud. And if you want to believe that the Torah was written beprakim, I am not aware that anybody says that is considered outside the bounds of Orthodox Judaism. It certainly isn't what most Orthodox Jews teach, but it's I wouldn't say it's outside the bounds of Orthodox Judaism. Feel free to correct me, Nahama. If so many can't, how do you determine you have the authority and correct understanding? By speaking out loud and by arguing and by having the debate, and that's part of the whole process of birur, of clarifying things.
We Jews like to argue.
We Jews do like to argue. I'll check freely the Jolly Heretic video, The Psychology and Rise of the Midwit. I may, in fact, have to take... I don't know who the Jolly Heretic is.
He's a jolly fellow. He has a YouTube channel. It's worth checking out.
Okay.
I think his live streams get deleted after because they're a little too risque for YouTube, the things that he talks about. So if you catch him live on YouTube, great, but you can go to his YouTube and it'll link to a variety of other websites where his previous episodes are listed.
I am going to get a drink of water. You guys don't say anything I would say.
Yeah. MVP, I really liked what you said when we were talking about the Yanuka fellow, the differentiation between one is showing us sort of like what humanity is and what humanity could be. Did I get that correct?
I think you said it better than I did.
I think that's a really interesting, cool characterization. I like that.
No, but yeah, I asked myself, what does it mean to be anointed? So, and yeah, it's a powerful statement. You don't personally being a Christian, the Mashiach, it's a heavy word that shouldn't just be tossed,
Yeah. No, I mean for us too, which is why for me to hear people throwing it around, it feels a little. I'm like,
right.
Are we putting the cart before the horse here? It's a little.
Yeah. But I do get what Jacob is saying, and I get this sense of awe of what is to come, kind of thing. And that's great. Also, well, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and part of that is there are certain people in our lives who exude not just charisma, but a true path of being, if I can say that, where it's like you don't just like being around the person, you don't just like consuming their thoughts and ideas and digesting them, but you want to be around them so that you can become like they are. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what Jacob's take would be on that. Anyways, but this fellow sounds great. I am way out of. You guys are way out of. Like, I'm a newcomer. I'm just learning here, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. It's been great so far.
No, but that's very interesting. I could see why people would then jump to the Messiah, because if there is someone who is like that, who just being around them consistently just makes you want to aspire.
And Jacob said this. He said he's like an angel, right? I think I got him right. He's like an angel, and it's, wouldn't we want to have an angel in our lives, you know, that inspire us, that, you know, brings a little bit of heaven.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, but this whole thing on clothing and dressing, that's all new to me. I'm just trying to keep up with you guys.
That's what we call, well, Jacob might disagree with me. I call it mishigas, which, how would you translate mishigas? It's nonsense. Crazy nonsense. I don't care much for the whole politics of dress, but we do have a very sort of sophisticated, organically ever evolving politics of clothing that has developed over more than hundreds of years. So it's quite storied, it's quite historied, it's yeah, people take it very seriously. I kind of don't. I don't know. I don't.
Well, I mean, it comes down to identity, right? Identity is negotiated between you and society.
Yeah.
And in orthodoxy, especially in the frum world, right? The people who are actually, how you dress is really how you're identifying yourself to everybody else.
You're signaling your level and style of observance and association with communities and history, essentially. So it is a language. I'm making it sound frivolous because it can get petty between factions.
Yeah. And it often does get petty, and that really bothered me as well. Yeah, this was one of the reasons I never got married was my dress was not like, the girls I would get set up with, they're like, Yaakov, you're not that frum. I'm like,
you're wearing a blue shirt, right? So like if you're wearing a blue shirt, like
always wear a blue shirt, yeah.
What you should have done is ask the girl, "What's your favorite color?" and then you go out and buy that shirt.
But that's the
I'm just
thing.
kidding.
Like, the girl, a lot.
No,
of
they're saying Jacob is not religious enough. They want him to be wearing a white shirt, because if you wear a white shirt every day, you're signaling this is my level of observance. Wearing a blue shirt, it's a bit more casual. You're not as serious. You're a little laid back. Maybe you watch movies, God forbid, you know? So they're looking at Jacob and going, I don't want to have a husband who watches movies, you know?
And it's not something that you can only go halfway either. You can't just wear a white shirt and then pajamas, right? You have to go all in.
Yeah, that's, and not only that. So when you have a beard, right? And you, certainly if you're wearing side locks, right? That's not something you can ever take off, right? Wherever you go, that beard and those side locks are there with you. And so there was a sense in which, so this was one of the things that, and ultimately led to my crisis where I left orthodoxy, was I really needed to start dressing like maybe even kind of, if not wearing jackets all the time and stuff, right? And in order to be where I wanted to be. But so my rabbi, who's a Chabad rabbi, he wears colored shirts. He doesn't wear white shirts all the time. And that's part of his humility. And he's a great guy. And he's very, very, he's a great guy. I love the man. He's been on the channel, Rabbi Dov Wagner. He's the shliach at Chabad at USC. I love the man, and he wears colored shirts. And for me to start wearing white shirts all the time, right, and wearing a jacket everywhere when he doesn't, felt weird. And
disingenuous to you, perhaps.
Yeah, disingenuous. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yet, if I really was doing the dating game correctly, I should have been wearing white shirts and wearing the jacket and a hat, and bought myself a nice Borsalino. And
well, that depends, because who do you want to attract? I would argue that you would want to dress for the type of woman you want to attract. And if a woman who is only interested in somebody who's wearing, meaning, would you have been interested in a woman who wants to live that lifestyle? Would that have fit for you?
Okay.
Of that level of observance.
So at the same time that I was wearing colored shirts, I was also keeping Yashan and Chalav Israel and Shomer Negia, and didn't have a television set, and so there was a definite mismatch.
You were in between and in between. Yeah.
Look, I'm from a Sephardi family. My family is not religious. In fact, my parents were very, very anti, right? And my parents were very, very, so my parents did not want me. I remember when I was in yeshiva, my parents came to visit me. And my dad told me that when we first came to the United States, and a Hasidic school offered my parents free tuition so that they wouldn't put me in a public school. And my dad told me that he went to the school and he saw the kids running around with their tzitzis and yarmulkes. And he said, that's not what I want for my son. And he was saying this when I was in Israel at a Haredi yeshiva wearing tzitzis and a yarmulke, right? And so honestly, I think a huge part of the trouble I had getting married was I would not even move away from my parents, which I really should have. I should have moved away from my parents, because things would happen. Like, my sister would want me to come to Friday nights at her house. She doesn't keep kosher. She lived on the 9th floor of a condo that was an hour's walk from any place I wanted to go. And
9th
when I
floor,
told my mom,
meaning he can't take the elevator on Shabbos. He has to walk up 9, down 9.
Down 9, yeah. And when I said I didn't want to go, my mom called my rabbi, and my rabbi's like, well, your parents want you to go. It's like, I guess I'm going. And imagine marrying into that situation. There were plenty of women who were like, no, thank you. And I'm a Sephardic Hasidic Chabadnik. Yeah. And I wouldn't, I was davening out of a Sephardic synagogue at Chabad. And all the frum people, well, not all the frum people, anybody who knew me knew that the reason I wasn't switching to the same Siddur everybody was using is because that's not how the Rebbe told people to do it. And I knew alter Hasidim who were still using Sephardic Siddurim, But like people would look at me at Chabad like, why aren't you using the Siddur everybody else is using? And me telling them stories about like people 50 years ago who, you know, was not making them feel any better about this weirdo Sephardic Chabad Chassid.
Right. So there were just a lot of mismatches. And you
Yeah,
were sort of almost hopping between a few worlds and also embodying a few different parts of a few different ones simultaneously, which was really not giving a coherent signal. Well, not giving a signal that would be in line with any of the sort of understood identities. Ideally, in that case, you would look for someone who was as unique as you are. But I could see why that would be difficult at the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, lots of things. I've always been very idiosyncratic.
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean, this is not always true. Well, I don't even know if it's true or not, but just kind of thinking out loud here that, you know, sometimes people often impose what they feel is best, their ideas, you know, to an individual. So it will be like, oh well, don't do this, do this, right? And then there's that discrepancy where, you know, if you want to move up the hierarchy or have a relationship, it's like, okay, so what do you have to give up? You know, what does she want? What does my family want? You know, and sometimes families would do some things that we think are either appalling or we just don't get, but to them it's like, oh, I think best for you, you know, that kind of thing. So.
And it really does depend on how agreeable you are. Like somebody who was most would probably have started using the same Siddur everybody else does, as opposed to bringing my own Siddur everywhere I went and making myself look different and weird, right?
Siddur is a prayer book, by the way.
It's a prayer book, yeah.
Yeah, agreeableness is a big component, but I also think in your case, I think there's conviction as well of what that represents. You know, dressing a certain way, and there's sort of a respect to the categories that have been already set in place.
Yeah.
And obviously, there's some people who see no issue because they have no conviction. On that part, I kind of have to kind of raise my hand here a little bit, you know. But I respect, you know, your side.
Thank you.
Well, this actually harkens back a little to a conversation that Jacob, you had with Chezi. I don't remember if anybody else was there, but what I recall, or were you there? I don't know. I know Chezi was there because he'd said something. Let me recollect. It was something about you know, it was I actually sent this video to my father. It was the Jewish meaning crisis, and you know, how do we cultivate an environment that is not, you know, you're in or you're out? What about the people who want a little in between, right? And that sounds like a little bit of what you were experiencing, is like you were a lot of the in between, and that meant that you weren't quite in, you weren't quite out, and so you couldn't really find your place or a partner who fit that place with you.
Yeah, well, the partner was part of the difficulty. So and then I almost married the daughter of a very prominent rabbi, and then that fell apart, and like my whole life fell apart. But so yeah, I mean, I am in a weird situation, and frankly, if one of my two engagements had worked, I probably would be living in a very different place than I am now. I would probably be the rabbi of some synagogue. But frankly, I mean, I actually fit within Chabad a lot better. It was just very weird that, like, I couldn't make it work, and I really wondered why, like, things weren't working out for me. And I have to say, until 2 years ago, it was like I didn't understand why my life couldn't, like, why God wasn't making things work out. Like, everything was not working out. And it was like, why is this? And I didn't understand it. But ultimately, I had to just say, you know what? God doesn't want me living the life that I see for myself. Right? Like, did you see Peter's? I think his name is Santinelli. He went. Lots of people watch this. He's a YouTube guy who went and taped the Hasidic neighborhood from the inside. You know the videos I'm talking about.
I've seen them.
Yeah. They're incredible videos, and I absolutely love them. And frankly, I was watching his video of a Friday night dinner, and I just started crying because it's like, that's what I wanted, right? It's like, that's the lifestyle that if it was up to me, I would have been living, right? But if I was living that lifestyle, I would never have this channel. I would never be talking. Father Eric Seitz would not be a good friend of mine that I would be taking out to lunch. Like, I would not be driving thousands of miles to go see Father Eric Seitz and his Catholic Church, right? And so, in a very weird sense, now I feel like I understand why I am where I am, because I think there's a lot of people who would never, ever have talked to somebody like me. And in a real sense, I feel like Jonah, like God swallowed me up and spat me out somewhere. But like, suddenly, and especially for the past 6 months, it's really felt like, okay, now I understand, and I am here doing something, and it's wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, you certainly have a unique place. I wouldn't be here if not for you, and if not for Chazi. I wouldn't be on this currently live StreamYard. I simply wouldn't. I wouldn't feel as comfortable. I wouldn't be as interested. I'd be somewhat interested, but I wouldn't be as invested enough to hop on and feel that I can contribute in a valuable way and interact.
I noticed when I started screaming at Chazi, your FFB. You're like, what does that have to do with it? I was like,
come on, Jacob, that's a low blow.
It's
FFB
not a low blow. It's not a low blow. In the further conversation, when you explained, I understood, but I initially interpreted it as an insult. Well, it kind of is. As a
that's
BT,
why I reacted that way. Yeah.
As a BT, as somebody who's a ball chuba, so
you have to translate these terms for the nice folks, Jacob.
There's a division. There's a real division between people who come from oftentimes from a secular background or a not very religious Jewish background, and become very serious about their Judaism, and people who were born in families, and those are called BTs or Bal Tshuva, which means literally master of return, right? And people who
religious from birth or not religious from birth and return to the fold to become religious. So these are terms to differentiate.
Yeah, and I remember when I was in Israel, I was invited over by one of my rabbis to his house for Shabbat. And at lunch, the other guy who was with me was FFB. The rabbi was FFB. They invited a couple religious from birth. And they invited a couple over who was also religious from birth. And I at that point was good enough at passing that people didn't think of me as a BT, as a Baal Tshuva, and the woman. This woman who had been invited to lunch asks the rabbi, "Oh, so where do you work?" And he says he taught at my yeshiva, or sameach, which is a yeshiva for people who are returnees, right? BTs, right? And she started going on this rant about, because she just assumed we were all FFBs, and started going on a rant about BTs. I don't know why people need to bother that people who aren't religious, and why these people, they're all crazy. They all come into our community and like have their weird ideas, and like goes off on this rant, like
they're taking over.
Yeah,
stop them.
Yeah,
coming in with their plaids and their stripes, and yeah.
Not even that. Like, actually, what she minded was like the fervor, and there is a fervor among the BT that a lot of FFP are not.
Yeah, because you have a conviction to live your life in a way that you've chosen, as opposed to, oh, I was just born into this, my mom does this, my grandfather does this, my great grandfather does this, so I'm going to do it too. Yeah, no, you've deliberately chosen something.
Or worse, most of the people who really resent the BT are those people who were born into it. They don't want to live it, and the only reason they're living this, what they feel is a stifling lifestyle, is because if they didn't, they would lose out on their community, and maybe even like get divorced and not be able to see their kids anymore. And like, there are people who in the Frum community who were born into it, who hate it, absolutely hate it, and they want out, and because of they're afraid of social ostracism and stuff, and then they
don't want to implode their life. They want to keep their marriage and their relationships and their look. I made the choice to leave, which was a choice to implode my life. Every foundation, every relationship corroded, right? I rebuilt, but it is a very drastic sort of thing to do, especially if you're born religious. The outside world, to me, growing up, it was more like a cartoon than real life. It was hard for me to relate to people outside of the community as individuals. I just saw them as like these sort of cartoons, like they're in the grocery store, they're doing their thing, but it didn't feel viscerally real to me because I was so far removed from society. So it's a terrifying thing. I have met people who are married and, you know, they won't tell their spouse, I don't believe in God. They're just going to go through the motions because they don't want to get divorced. They don't want to lose their kids. You know, they don't want to lose everything that they've ever known, which is a legitimate, I feel for those people because it's a legitimate, like everything I went through, I talk about it now, I'm smiley and I'm happy, but it was hard. It was, it's not for the faint of heart. I'll say that. So, and then it's, I also, when I think of somebody who returns, a Baal Tshuva, somebody who was not religious and comes back, I almost see it as, even though one's leaving and one's returning, I almost see it as similar because often with their secular families, they'll face this backlash of like, now my kid doesn't drive on Shabbos, and now they have to have 2 microwaves in their house. Like they've lost their mind. What's going on? And so they get it from that end too. So these are the, you know.
I have a friend who I grew up basically living the same life. His family was friends with my family. We both became religious at the same time. We were at yeshiva at the same time. He stayed in Israel, and he's, you know, he lives the lifestyle that I thought I wanted to live, and in fact I would love to live. But the reason I ultimately that I am living the life that I am as opposed to that life is because I came back, and everybody I know who has family who are as opposed to the religious lifestyle as mine is, what they do is they move to a different city, they live their life, and they come and visit. And you can handle visits, but I wasn't going to live that life, and because it made no sense to me to be like, oh, I'm religious, that's why I'm no longer talking to my parents.
You know? Right. So you were torn between your strong family values and your religious values, convictions.
Yeah, and the fact that my family, it's funny, like now my parents would probably be a lot more accepting than they were when I was 20 years old. And, you know, and the fact my mom insisted on keeping kosher only for me and calling my rabbi to find out what is the minimal level of kosher, and I was keeping like a very high level of kosher most people didn't, except when I go to my mom's house and she's cooking and she's just keeping kosher in order for me to eat, right?
That's very sweet.
Like food I would never ever touch in a million years, right? But it's like it was the most it was maddening. It was incredibly maddening. And so yeah, it was a crazy experience going through. And frankly, if I were to go back, I would have told myself, hey, you should have gone to University of Maryland law school where Rabbi Breitowitz taught like I thought I should have, and lived in Silver Spring, as opposed to, and come back to visit in Los Angeles, and at least have gotten married while I was at University of Maryland at law school. And then, you know, I probably would be living the life that I thought I would be living right now.
Perhaps not. No way to know.
Ultimately, God does what he's going to do. And every time so this is one of my favorite stories to tell. My sister, when she had her first son, she really, really wanted to do this ceremony called Redemption of the Firstborn, Pidyon Haben. And so she didn't want to have a C-section, because it has to be, your firstborn son has to be born naturally in order to do the ceremony, right? And so she was in labor for 3 days, and she had an emergency crash C-section. So for her second son, she decided, I'm just going to schedule a C-section. She scheduled a C-section. She went into labor. They're like, okay, well, we'll do the C-section. She gave birth too fast. They couldn't even do the C-section. And then for her third son, she's like, I'm making no plans.
There you go. There you go.
And it's like, yeah, in to some degree, you just have to be like, God's gonna do what God's gonna do. Yeah.
I mean, Jacob, I can't tell you how ironic it is that I'm sitting here saying shahakal over water after however many years, you know, and I'm stubborn like a mule. So, you know, I can't help but laugh at myself at the irony of that, you know. But it is what it is, you know. It's like I've gone through this whole journey only to sort of circle back and be like, oh, I'm doing this thing again. Okay, and why? Who knows?
Well, I know why. It says, Ra'iti yitron hachachma min hasichlut ke yitron haor min hachoshech. I saw that the greatness of wisdom from folly is like the greatness of light over darkness. And Hasidic philosophy teaches that when you're sitting in the light, you don't necessarily recognize the importance of it. But when you go through the darkness and then you come back into the light, right? You see the yitron haor min hachosha. The greatness of the light is from the darkness. It is that darkness which makes the light that yeter, that extra thing. And so your appreciation for that bracha, you're saying right now, is just eternally more and different and more important. And this is why we say b'makom sheba le'tshuva omdim ein tzadikim gemorim omdim. In a place that a Baal Tshuva stands, of somebody who returns to the life stands, somebody who for their whole life has been there can never stand, cannot appreciate, right? Because they never went away from it and came back to recognize that this is something valuable that I want in my life, if it's always been what's been in their life.
Yeah, that's true. It's a whole different level of appreciation, and yeah, similar to I forget the gentleman's name earlier was saying he had a beard.
Michael?
That Michael? Relationships are stronger after you have a fight, and that you kind of have to go through it to kind of see the shiny bit at the end. So that's really nice. That's lovely. I'm going to call it a night, gentlemen. It's quite late here, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Be well. Come back soon.
I will.
So MVP, what is your actual name? I refuse to call you MVP.
It's Mikhail Benjamin Pereira.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't have to tell us your last name, but
MVP.
Okay. Yeah. So Mikhail.
Yeah.
Are you American or Filipino or?
I am Paraguayan.
Paraguayan.
Yeah. So technically I am American.
Okay.
So South American. So,
okay. From Paraguay.
From Paraguay. Yeah.
Okay. ¿Podemos hablar en español?
Sí, sí. Necesito practicar mi español.
La mayoría de mis clientes no hablan inglés. A veces hablan persiano. Yo nací en Irán y hablo persiano. En colegio aprendí español y después aprendí hebreo. Y por eso a veces cuando hablo español, uso palabras hebreas y me confundo, pero puedo leer español. Escuchar a veces es difícil porque el español de los salvadoreños no es igual que el español de los mexicanos. Y estaba escuchando a alguien hablando en español y no pude entender qué está diciendo. Y pensé, ¿es posible estar hablando italiano o algo? No, era colombiano.
Sí, el español es cada sitio tiene su propio casi
sus propias
idioma.
palabras y cómo dicen las mismas palabras. Los salvadoreños siempre están, how do you say, swallowing sus S's. No dicen S, dicen E.
Tragando, están, sí.
Lagando, sí.
Sí, cuando yo vine aquí con mi familia, vine aquí cuando tenía 10 años y bueno, me crié en Carolina del Norte, ahí estuvimos. Y entonces cuando me fui a la escuela, la mayoría de los hispanos eran de México, son de México. Y ellos en Paraguay, en Sudamérica, los argentinos también hacen esto. Ellos dicen vos, vosotros. Los mexicanos dicen tú.
Sí.
Tú, ¿no? Y entonces mis amigos me decían, ¿por qué tu español no está bien? Tú no estás hablando bien español, me decía. Pues. También palabras cambian, como en Paraguay, nosotros llamamos a las cerezas, llamamos frutilla. Y tienen su propio idioma, ¿no?
Soy agente de seguros y aquí hablan de aseguranzas, pero eso es Spanglish, no es palabra que usan en otros países. Dicen seguros, no aseguranza.
Sí. Sí, Spanglish. ¿Trabajas en California? ¿En qué estado?
Sí, yo vivo por Los Ángeles.
Sí. Si necesitas español, entonces se necesita español.
Aquí se necesita más español que inglés a veces. Yo tengo familia persiano, quienes hablan español y persiano nunca aprendieron inglés, porque trabajan con inmigrantes en downtown y todos o son persianos o son o hablan español, y a veces estoy hablando con alguien en español y saben persiano, no saben inglés, saben persiano.
Wow. Y tú sabes todo, tú sabes español, ¿no?
Sí.
Está haciendo buen trabajo en español, me sorprende mucho, sí.
Yo aprendí español y era fluente, pero ahora solo most valuable player. Yeah. Yeah. So me practicing my Spanish, my Hebrew is even worse than my Spanish. My Persian, my Farsi, it can be okay depending on the situation because I speak it at home with my parents. But like anytime we start talking about anything serious, right? So like with insurance, I know a lot of words because I've been like, that's what I use my Spanish for, is my insurance business. But like if I'm talking about anything serious outside of insurance, in any language other than English, I ultimately have to go back to English words, because when you're talking like about the news, or like I don't know the words for various countries in Hebrew or Farsi, or even Spanish oftentimes. Like when I start talking about speaking Persian, Persiano, like there's a lot of people who don't even know there's a language Persian, and they think of persianas, which is Spanish for blinds. Yeah.
It's great. I only know two. You're beating me. You're doing a good job in Spanish. My Spanish is not even that good either, because I'm not I'm not practicing the way I should, you know. Yeah, so, but it's good. And I was listening to one of your, talking about another topic real quick. I was listening to one of your videos where you were you had a conversation with Grimm is his name, I think. And you told a story about how you sort of freaked out your school teacher when you were little because it triggered
my school
an event.
teacher freaked me out. Yeah.
About your dad. Yeah, and I thought that was a powerful story. Yeah.
I mean, I actually feel sorry for the teacher, because it's like, how's he supposed to know that, like, you know, this kid is a refugee, and like,
yeah. They don't teach teachers how to handle that sort of situation. You know, you just gotta life experience, I guess, from his point of view.
Yeah, I mean, so this is part of my whole thing. Like, so growing up in Los Angeles, I always thought of myself as like this conservative Republican. And now I realize I'm not actually a conservative Republican at all. But like, a lot of the crazy things in California, like, they're just insane. For example, you know, somebody was saying to me online, the only way to apply for refugee status is to come here illegally and apply as a refugee. I was like, no, actually, all of my family, we spent a good 8 months waiting for our refugee application outside the United States, right? And it is incredibly offensive to me to equate illegal immigration with legal immigration, right? We came here legally, and I am incredibly grateful to the United States for taking us in, and I love the United States because of all the great things that it has afforded to us out of their kindness. And so for me, it was very, very, like, I was like, why are you equating illegal immigration with legal immigration? Don't do that. And it wasn't because I was anti-immigration. I'm not anti-immigration. I am an immigrant. And frankly, if it was up to me, yeah, we would take in lots of immigrants. I have no problem with that, because I am not actually a conservative. But it's deeply offensive to me as an immigrant to not distinguish between legal and illegal immigration. And so when we look at the costs of immigration, you know, taking in a child from a war zone and putting me into school with everybody else, right? That's a real strain we're putting on the school system. And I appreciate that, and I'm thankful that the United States did that. But at the same time, it's insane to not recognize that this is actually causing strains in the United States, right? Taking in refugee children is going to cause strains on your social system. And that's that. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not even sure society is ready for that too, because it requires a lot of nuance in how to treat immigrants. You know, you have to know their cultural background. You have to know how to speak to them and associate yourself with them. I mean, like, speaking individually or in an individual level, there's a lot of there isn't a lot of talk about cultural shock when immigrants come to United States. And if you're in your case, coming here and going to school, you see how different it is and how difficult it is to relate and to build relationships. And that's a whole other issue that it's not being discussed. Yeah. Anyways, it's really nice to talk to you.
It's very nice talking to you. This is your first time on.
Second time. Yeah, second time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like this project is really good because there's so much. There's only so much personally I could get from just watching, like dissociating myself from a video and watching it, because you only see maybe 10% of the real person, I guess. Of course, I'm making up percentages, but what people might seem like, oh, Jacob is like this, or he is like that. But when you get to talk to someone and kind of just start from a ground, you get to have a different perspective. So I think community needs this, anyways.
Yeah. It's honestly, I think part of the problem is we are in fact connecting to a lot of people online, and connecting to people in real space has been polluted by our online way of dealing with each other in ways. So, like Twitter, right? With all the crazy things that's going on with Twitter. A lot of people have developed a way of relating to others because of Twitter that I think is incredibly unhealthy. For example, the other night, I was having a Just Chatting stream, and Ariel, and now my brain is blanking on her name, but this, what's her name? Now I'm completely blanking. Oh well, I mean, I don't. Sylvia, I think her name is Sylvia. We're talking, and Ariel was not understanding why I would laugh at a joke about euthanizing puppies, right? It's like, and as we talked about it, like I think he started understanding better. But with Twitter, like the idea of getting mad at somebody for making a joke about the Holocaust, or making a joke about Sandy, yes. Making a joke about, euthanizing kittens or euthanizing puppies, or like, because of Twitter's very specific type of communication, which is missing so much context, right? Like, there are people who I have met in real life, and I spoke to. Well, here, I'll give you the perfect example. There's an uncle of mine who, his behavior on my Facebook page was so outrageous, I no longer speak to him in real life. Like, I saw him at a wedding, and I just avoided him. And I don't think he would have ever acted as outrageously as he did on my Facebook page, as he did. And it's had a real world influence on how we treat each other in real life. And I think that's happened many, many times over, right? And I'm sure on Thanksgiving, there were a lot of people who saw their own family and interacted with them in ways that's been polluted, corrupted by our online social interactions. And part of what makes me excited about this corner of the internet and makes it feel meaningful, I think what we're doing, and it's not just me, I didn't start this Just Chatting stream. It's a type of community that we are in fact building together, is trying to rebuild a sense of actually relating to people that hopefully isn't polluted by the bad behavior that texts. Look, it's very different when we're sitting around and we're just talking and you're nodding to what I'm saying, right? When we're speaking and you nod, right? That's not something we really do online. We never just sit there and either silently nod or, sometimes I'll raise my eyebrow, right? And it's like, I don't know if I 100% agree with that. Whereas online, you would have to kind of either be like, no, I disagree with that, and say why, or ignore it, in which case it's not obvious. And modulating our interactions with each other, I think actual voice does a much better job of that than text ever could, and video even more so. And I think that's actually helped a lot of people realize the importance of in real life interaction with other people. It's funny, it kind of goes back to Nechama saying Shahakol, which is the blessing over water again, right? Does not have the same effect as a real eyebrow raise. Hopefully this time we're gonna actually recognize the importance of being around other people and the small cues and the small modulated behavior, and maybe even putting a statement out there that's kind of, in my voice you can tell it's tentative, it's not something I strongly believe in, as opposed to saying something that I do strongly believe in, like this is wrong and this is something I'm going to be opposed to. And yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll go back to actually communicating with each other.
Yeah. The beauty about communicating with a person is that there's someone that you're communicating with, as opposed to something that you think is something else, right? So from like comments or from tweets, I don't have a Twitter account, thank God. But I get the sense that people have kind of a veil in front of them and a picture of someone that they despise when they hear or when they read something that they disagree with. And part of that, like you said, things will be different if a person was actually there. Like, would you actually say that thing that you were thinking about saying to that person, but when you have no face, it's just words, they go at it, and it's important to foster the right kind of the right spirit when communicating, because there's also plenty of examples where people have been communicating and it's like they're talking past each other, or they're not even addressing one another. I don't know if Paul van der Klee would talk about the interview that Tim Pool had with Kanye, where Kanye just had to walk off, and it's like that. Why did that happen? Obviously, there are many reasons why, but I'm more interested of the feeling. Obviously something was like, okay, I'm out, and that could happen in any one communication via streaming, video, phone call. And there has to be a sort of an undertone under that, where you kind of listen to one another, and if you don't like what the other person is saying, you kind of grit your teeth and just, I'll tell you I disagree with you, but how should I tell you that I disagree with you so that you won't walk off? Or if I really don't like you, I want to tell you that I disagree with you so that you would walk off.
Sometimes, I don't know if you watched Camille Paglia and Jordan Peterson talking. It was one of the best conversations he had early in his career. And one of the things he said is men don't know how to deal with crazy heartbeat women, because ultimately when another man says something that is crazy enough, you'll punch him. And there is that physical threat there, which just, doesn't exist. And there's also being stuck in, when you're driving people. Like I drove Paul van der Klee, and he was stuck in a car with me for 3 hours while I was yapping at him, right? And so, yeah, Zach says it's one of his favorite things. Yeah, Camille Paglia, like, we've lost a lot that we don't recognize we lost because of how broken social media has been. And because you mentioned it, Chezi didn't stream to my Twitter. I'm trying this streaming to Twitter thing, so there are 2 viewers on Twitter apparently. But yeah, modeling conversation. I think that's what my just chatting idea is about. And it's a much better conversation because there is video. Like I try to tell people very much, hey, let's please turn on your video. And because it makes a huge difference.
It does. But also there's only so much you can get out of a video. There's a lot more to be had if people participated. And of course, not everyone has the time. But it's I don't know. I feel like communicating and having a discussion about topics is a way that we build a better world, I guess, so to speak. I think about, and why do we have school or class? If you go to school, you can get much out of it if you just read some books, right? But, well, you have a teacher in front of you, communicate with him. You might get more out of the class than you would if you just watch videos about a topic or something like that.
Yeah, no, I'm taking some classes right now, and they're online, and there are actually some of the fellow students that I've wanted to like just go up to and talk to, but like I have no way, and that's during Zoom meetings. Like it's completely different. And yeah, I just enrolled in a master's degree program that's completely online, and yeah, it is very different. It's like when you're even just the decision from one class to the next, like who you decide to sit next to, and so yeah.
Well, thank you for the time. I have to go. But it's
My
been great.
pleasure. You have a great time, and you're always back. Welcome back. If anybody else wants to join, please do so. Otherwise, I probably should be doing some work and answering stuff. I am going to hang around a little bit longer and see if people want to join. Cal Rivet.
Hey, what's up?
Wow, you look really scary.
Yeah, I'm kind of shrouded in darkness. Should I turn my camera off just so I'm less scary? Here we go.
No, you should turn your camera on.
All right, here we go. I don't know how much time I have, but my son he got croup, so he's been really lethargic. He's just napping. I've just been, since I got home from work, I've just been shrouded in darkness, listening to your live stream and like multitasking on my phone, like just mindlessly consuming content.
So you can tell me what the discussion was about that I missed, because like my live stream started hours before I joined it.
Oh, What discussion? I might have missed the discussion too. I was listening, but I was like 5 minutes behind for some reason, and so the chat was like felt like really disjointed and off. And I was like, is this just the internet slash me getting older slash suffering the effects of cumulative, like the cumulative effects of like sleep deprivation on my brain, which is kind of like low level dementia at this point. But then I realized no, it's actually I'm like 5 minutes behind for some reason. Like,
so are you modus trollens?
Don't tell Luke that. Actually, for legal reasons, I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Okay. I'll give you mod status anyway. But well, first of all, yeah, there is actually a there is a delay, and StreamYard just apparently announced, I saw it just as I was logging on, they announced that there was a that they're going to be having people log on, like connect to StreamYard like directly, so it's going to be its own actual thing as well, which is, yeah, I mean, I really like StreamYard. I think it works better than Zoom, frankly, for a lot of things. And yeah, I wish I could buy more seats than the 15 seats that I'm limited to, but I apparently can't. So don't know what to tell you.
That's interesting. So you're saying that on YouTube there's no upper limit on the number of viewers that you can have, but on StreamYard you're limited to some number of seats?
Oh, so on StreamYard itself, so first of all, only 10 people can connect to any studio. So this is a studio. You are connected to a studio right now. Okay. And only 10 people can connect to this studio at one time. Separately from that, if I wanted to make you a moderator,
I see.
That's I have 15 seats for that. I had to pay extra for those, but that, like, I'm willing to pay a little bit more for more, but I contacted them about getting more. So like they're changing their platform, and at the same time they're getting very popular because I think it's not just me. A lot of people are really seeing the value. Like the number of people who have said, oh, I was on Zoom and like I like StreamYard better, and the number of people who see StreamYard as an alternative to Zoom is really interesting. So yeah, don't know where things are going, but it's exciting times. What do you think of Elon and Twitter?
Oh well, this is an interesting question. I wonder if, well, one thing that I haven't been following it too closely, but the basically the question that entered my mind after he actually bought it was whether it would fail due to some liberal version of Twitter immediately being created so that everyone could go back to, whatever they had before, or if just the fact that some kind of relatively uncensored platform exists on the market means that nothing else can take off or supersede it, because the demand for what is relatively uncensored will always, like,
I think for nefarious reasons, ultimately, too many economists are not talking about what's called network externality. The fact is, network externality is real, which is that, for example, if you are selling things on Amazon, you are going to sell much better than if you have your own website, right?
Okay.
That because of this network externality, lots of people already go to Amazon, and it's easy for them to use the same network, right? And the same is true of basically all our social media. Like Facebook, the reason you go to Facebook is not necessarily its features, but because of all the other people who are already on Facebook, right? And that's why this stupid canard of build your own Facebook was always completely ridiculous. When Elon Musk, if he had wanted to, he could have built his own Facebook, and it would have gone the same way Truth Social did, and Gab did, and Parler did, and all the other ones did, right? Which is, it doesn't have all those subscribers. He bought, the only thing that's of value at Twitter is the people who are already using Twitter. And that's why all the people who are claiming, oh, I'm going to leave Twitter, Twitter's going to die, Twitter's this, Twitter's that. It's like, go ahead, leave. But you won't.
They can't kill it any more than the conservatives could kill it when they were being censored.
Well, frankly, the conservatives were being stupid. And I think this is part of the reason why, for me, Donald Trump was a failure as president. Was I figured he understood that he needed to use his power as president to punish those people who would try to politically harm him, right? Using the government to punish your political opponents is what everybody does in order to prevent some people from getting involved in politics at all, right? And that's what basically DeSantis did to Disney, right? He's like, you want to pick this fight? I will make you rue the day, and he did, right? That you picked this fight. Unfortunately, Donald Trump doesn't know enough about politics. And the funny thing is, he got impeached twice for not doing what everybody else was doing, partially to keep him from doing what everybody does in political office, which is reward their friends and punish their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, so DeSantis, hopefully, I'm hoping he's going to be the Republican nominee. And if he wins, he's going to punish his political enemies, including having all kinds of investigations into antitrust for Facebook and any other of these big tech companies. So yes, the big tech companies are left-wing, partially because the people who are there are left-wing. But they're also left-wing because they realize that the Democrats will punish them for not supporting their political causes, whereas the Republicans will not punish them for not supporting their political causes.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it kind of seems that way.
I mean, look, what happened to Peter Thiel when he almost got kicked off of Facebook's board of directors for supporting Trump's candidacy in 2016, right? Now, imagine if what happens if DeSantis wins in 2024 is he punishes any company that has Democratic board, like strong Democratic supporters, right? then then business will understand, oh, you know what, we need this political third rail is a political third rail. We need to stay out of it because different factions, you know, are going to win. And if we stay neutral, that will be good for us. But if you're always the person who is not going to punish somebody for, like, if the other side is intolerant and going to punish you and one side isn't, guess where you're going to get all the people who don't actually care and don't want to be punished.
Yeah. I mean, it's just game theory or something like that at that point. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, say DeSantis is going to win in 2024 and unseat an incumbent. Somehow, I don't see it.
Oh, Biden. There is only one person in the entire world who could be the Republican nominee that Biden would beat, and that's Donald Trump. And that's why the Democrats are working so hard to make sure Donald Trump is the next nominee.
That's a really interesting take. It's almost a little bit, I don't know, Hegelian or dialectical or something, because I don't know. God, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I know a lot of people who think, well, Trump is the only person who can beat Biden, and you're like, well, you know, I don't necessarily think that. But you're saying it's like, no, Trump is so obviously incapable of beating Biden that the only people who would really want him to run are his enemies secretly, and so, like, it's like, wow.
That's how in 2016 the Democrats made him the Republican nominee because he was the only Republican that Hillary Clinton could beat.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know a whole lot about politics, nor do I. I've never voted in an election.
So Donald Trump hosting Saturday Night Live during the Republican primary was basically the Democrats giving $1 billion to his candidacy. That's how he became the Republican nominee. CNN and the Democrats made Donald Trump the Republican nominee in 2016. And like, if you've never heard of the Pied Piper memo, it was leaked by WikiLeaks. It's quite obviously it's there. This is a memo written by Hillary's campaign manager, Robbie Mook, regarding their Pied Piper strategy, which was they wanted to make the Republican nominees not be palatable by promoting. They gave 3 names. One of them was Trump. I think one was Ted Cruz, and the other was Ben Carson.
Yeah,
and he explicitly said we should have our friends in the media focus on their attention on these 3 candidates as the leading candidates who are likely to win.
Yeah, none of that surprises me, nor does it surprise me that they ended up being so out of touch with the popular will that one of them actually won. But I guess what I wonder is, in 2024, are they going to still allow in mail-in? Are they still going to allow mail-in ballots? And if so, like, is there ever any hope of somebody not
winning?
Or yeah.
Okay, so part of
I didn't voice that skepticism, by the way. Your mind just went there. Me, I remained completely
okay. So the fact is, as long as there's the Electoral College the way that it is, and frankly, with the shift in the Electoral College, like, if a Republican wins Ohio, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Texas, I don't think it's possible for a Democrat to win.
Right.
Now, what happened in Pennsylvania during the midterms, that was shocking and has, I think, certainly made me as a Republican, but I think also made other Republicans think that maybe Trump would be a better candidate than DeSantis, because when you had somebody who is obviously had a brain trauma going against somebody who's obviously a very like uncontroversial, like it's Dr. Oz, like he's not a controversial person, he's a well-known like quantity. And when the Democrats are still not willing, in Pennsylvania, are not willing to vote for Dr. Oz over somebody who has literal brain damage, right? Then maybe you do have to energize the base in a way that only Trump is willing to do. And maybe, well, I think the raid on Mar-a-Lago was designed to solidify Trump's desire to run again, and to solidify his support. So the Democrats seem hell-bent on having Trump as the nominee in 2024. And frankly, it might backfire on them. But the fact is that the Democrats are so insane. They can't, like, if you cannot vote for Oz over whatever his name is, the guy with the brain damage, Fetterman, I think it is. It's like, there is no reaching you as a voter. If you voted Fetterman over Oz, there is no Republican you will ever vote for. And if there's no chance you will ever vote for a Republican, then there's no reason for the Republicans to vote with you. And frankly, if we get a sizable minority of this country feeling that they will always lose elections, that's when you get civil wars. Like the video I wish people would watch on my channel, like there's the videos people actually watch on my channel and the videos I wish people would watch on my channel, right? And the videos I wish people would watch on my channel include my Bible study, which is going to be at 6 tonight or 6:30, and my video on the how to start a civil war, how civil wars start. And unfortunately, I mean, the only light I have seen on the way towards the civil war has been Elon taking over Twitter. But like, I think we're seriously headed towards civil war. And the midterms were a huge indication of that. When Oz lost against Fetterman, I was like, we're looking at civil war.
Yep, that's this is sort of interesting times that the Chinese mean when they curse you to live in interesting times. I gotta head out because Benjamin is awake, but I'll stay on if you stay on. But hopefully someone else will come in and carry the torch. It seems like you've been live for 4 hours 40 minutes. That's not nearly long enough.
That's not me.
Oh, okay.
I actually didn't start this stream, and I am going to end the stream before the Bible study starts.
Oh yes, of course. Well, I'll be on for that if I can, because Jason likes to go in.
Yeah, the Bible study is an hour and a half. I might end the stream. There's only 12 people watching now. We'll see. But if you have to go. Look, this is part of this is just like people dropping in when they can and if they can, and yeah.
Yeah, well, it's good to talk to you, and I'll catch you later.
Bye, Con.
All right.
Dust to dust.
No.
I think we've spoken before.
A little bit, like in the chat room, I think.
Okay.
Can you hear me? All right.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
You have one of those nice Yeti mics.
Yeah. It was a Christmas present, so wound up getting a return, so just decided to pick up a microphone. I wanted to sort of they were talking about artificial intelligence earlier, and I wanted to ask you about the question, like the Hebrew term "holy." What to your understanding is the meaning of that word?
So this Tuesday Bible study is in an hour and a half. In like an hour. The term holy is, so what usually gets translated as holy is the root kuf daled shin, which is kadosh. And kadosh is literally means set apart, right? So we say that the Sabbath is the seventh day is kadosh, and the 6 days are whole. Are literally the word is profane, but profane has started meaning something not good, and that's not what profane really used to mean. So, for example, Father Eric is a secular priest, right? As opposed to a religious priest. And what does it mean for him to be a secular priest? It means that he was a priest who was for all the people who are, living a normal life, as opposed to a religious priest, which would be somebody who is a monk and then ordained, or that type of thing, right? Who is living a set apart life. And so the term holy in Judaism has a sense of set apart, which in Christianity actually has become kind of a bad thing for a lot of people, especially since the Protestant Reformation, because they have this idea of the veil ripping, right? And all the people being holy and everybody being holy. And it's an anti-hierarchical stance, right? It's a belief that you shouldn't have a priest who lives a different life from the general population, right? And I think a healthy religion, a healthy society, has a sort of healthy tension between these two things, right? There is the Holy of Holies, and there is a curtain there. And then there's the holy, and there are walls there. And then there are outer courts. And it's funny, but like early Christianity maintained that to some degree, and I would say to a healthy degree, while understanding that, yes, all human beings are made in the image of God, right? At the same time, and ultimately, I think it is the Protestant Reformation, and then it also infected Judaism in terms of Reform and conservative Judaism, where they also started talking about, oh, we shouldn't have castes, right? So in Judaism, there are castes. There's Kohen, Levi, Israel, right? And while we are all Jews, for example, Chezi is a Levi. So there are people who are descendants of Aaron, and they are the priests. And certain times in my synagogue, it's actually on a daily basis, the people who are descendants of Aaron actually go and formally bless the people during the services. And the people who are Levites, like Chezi, have the honor of going and washing these people's hands before they go up to say the blessing, right? Or when we read the Torah, right, if there is somebody who is a Kohen in the room, that person has the right to be the first person called up. And then the second aliyah can only go to a Levi. And if there's no Levi, then the Kohen actually gets both of those readings. And then I can go up. So the only way I can get the first Torah reading as an aliyah, which is when you get called up to read at the Torah, right? And this is something that Jesus actually does in the Gospels. He actually gets an aliyah. And the funny enough, the aliyah that he gets is the Haftarah, which is the last aliyah. But anyway, but the only way I, as somebody who's not a Levi or a Kohen, and all Kohanim are also Leviim, that's a different thing. The only way I can get the first one is that if there's no Kohanim in the room at all, right? If there's nobody there who's actually a Kohen. Now, in a very real sense, that is a hereditary honor that somebody is getting that I can never get. And they have a station that I, by my birth, can never have. Mm-hmm. And Reform and conservative Judaism, in a very real sense, have completely gotten rid of this because of these Protestant ideas which have infected Judaism, which is, well, why can't I, right? Why can't I be the person, certainly to go up and bless the people, but even wash the hands of the people who go bless the people, right? And it's like... Sounds
like the Korah rebellion a little bit.
Yeah, it is. It is exactly Korach's rebellion. It is exactly, and that's what made me think of these things, is because Korach is like, hey, why is your brother, we're also Leviim, and that all the people are priests. He actually says this, right? He says, all the people are priests. Why is your brother putting on airs, right? And it's like, no, we have hierarchies and we have stations and we have things. And look, there are plenty of people who are born Kohen, right? Who are born into the priesthood, who are not very good people. And there are plenty of people who are born. So the Mishnah talks about a mamzer, right? Literally a bastard. And this is somebody with an actual illegitimate birth. The Jewish concept of bastard is actually far worse than the general Christian understanding of bastard, which is you have to be the child of a married woman with not her husband, right? It's not enough that your parents weren't married. She had to actually be married to somebody else, and you have to be the child of adultery. That's a mamzer. right?
Oof.
And the Mishnah says that a pious, a Talmud Chacham, a pious, knowledgeable bastard, this deserves more honor than some ignorant Kohen Gadol, somebody who became the high priest because he inherited it, right? But at the same time, there is that tension of different people, different hierarchies, different ways of hierarchy. And yes, the fact that certain things are in fact inherited, right? And people don't like that. But having that tension, right? I think the reason England is actually in many ways more healthy than the United States is because they do have an actual aristocracy, right? And yeah, it's beautiful that the Queen can raise certain people up to knighthoods and raise certain people up to being lords, right? But there is something about a hereditary aristocracy. Queen, now we have a king. Keep on forgetting that. But like King Charles, there is something to this idea of Charles having spent his entire life preparing to take that position as king, and it being his position. And look, the fact that he was born into it gets rid of a lot of problems we have with not having a king here in the United States, right? Actually choosing our president.
I'm interested in this from a sort of categorical or a taxonomy perspective, because it's like yeah, obviously you have a man, the question with a man and a woman, they're born differently, they're born separately, they have their unique roles and distinctions. And you know, I agree with the forms, and Christianity does have some order to worship in some of the more conservative Protestant denominations. Like, of course, we run into issues there, but it's just when we start getting into more complicated topics like God's holiness, and we see him as other, and like really, really other, really unique, really set apart. And then we get into the meaning crisis, and the meaning crisis is so dizzying, as it were, because what do you, in logic, you're not supposed to use the term meaning to define itself. You know, it's like, but how do you get God except for him saying he's God? You know, it's like, I am. You kind of come to a point where your frame of reference isn't going to penetrate. You're not going to penetrate God's mind. So that's the limitation. At least that's to my understanding. But to get to the sort of categories, I look at, I'm not certain that our culture is headed for the best idea of separation, because I agree, there's this mixing that's going on, and everyone wants to break apart categories, and we're not really agreeing upon where those distinctions are. And yeah, I think our language is going to have to be a bit more more accurate or more articulate in approaching these problems.
How much do you listen to Paul Vanderklay?
A little bit. I've been following this guy Christopher Langan about the CTMU, and he talks about reality being a cognitive language, and I'm not certain I entirely agree with it, but I think, I do think that language is intricate to reality. I mean, it's like you're not going to understand reality without language, but when it comes to the idea of meaning itself, I can't see it as anything different other than information or purpose or some sort of direction. What is meaning at the end of the day?
So Paul Vanderklay talks a lot about God 1 and God 2. And he had a discussion with Yosef, which I think is really, really good and important, and people haven't paid enough attention to, where Yosef talks about the inherent tension within the Jewish text that in the Hebrew is very obvious between Shem Havaya, the tetragrammaton, the ineffable name of God, which, while ineffable, actually very clearly is related to the verb to be. And the Shem Elokut, right, which usually is what, so in English, if you're reading your Bible, you've probably noticed a lot of places it says, I am the Lord. And in some places it says, I am God. And in some places it says, I am the Lord, your God, right?
Elohim or
something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so the word Elohim, usually when we're not saying it in a thing, I will say Elohim, right? Because I don't want to actually say it, is the word that it usually gets translated as God. And in the Bible, that's actually used of other gods, like lowercase gods. Mm-hmm. And it's also it's used of human beings several times, right? And this is Michael Heiser says he doesn't believe it's used of humans ever. I think he's wrong, but it's definitely used not of God as well, right? And within Judaism, and I think when you're reading the text in the Hebrew, it becomes very clear that the text itself is playing with this distinction. And this is something that Father Stephen DeYoung, I don't know if you watched my discussion with him, but he talks in his book about it. And it's actually quite fundamental to a lot of Christian ideas in ways that especially Protestant Christians don't understand, right? That there is this concept of the ineffable God, right? Which is the tetragrammaton. And there is this concept of the God which we can relate to, which is, in a sense, the God of nature, the God that clothes himself in the rules of nature, right? And the interplay between these two is what we as Jews understand, the Deuteronomy 6:4, right? When God says, "Hear, O Israel, the tetragrammaton, who is our God, is one God," right? And when it repeatedly says, "I am the tetragrammaton your God, right? The genius, I would say, of the Jewish conception of God, the Hebrew conception of God, is to crash these two things together and say that, you know, that God that you see when you see a king being kingly, when you see a saint being saintly, when you see an angel, or you see even the burning bush, right? That is a representation of God himself, the ineffable God. But it's in being something that is incarnate and graspable and hypostatic, right? It automatically fails to embody that transcendent God, right? That is that ineffable God that is the Tetragrammaton, right? And this is how the Kabbalists explain Genesis 1:1. Because Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz, right? The simple translation is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. There is a very, very literal translation that in the Hebrew you can see what they're saying, right? But you would never translate the text this way, which is, in the beginning, something ineffable created God with the heavens and the earth. And this is how the Kabbalists explain God 1 and God 2. And why, right? We never say the Tetragrammaton, the ineffable name of God. Being ineffable is a self-referential admission, confession, that even the name God, any name God, right? Once it's a handle upon God, once it is a name of God, it is itself a creation and fails to be that assay, right? And this is aseity is a theological term, ASEI, right? That the assay God is truly ineffable in such a way that the only way we can even refer to it is by saying it is ineffable, right? And I mean, I had this discussion a little bit with Cal when I had my conversation with him. And ultimately, the Jewish God is the Tetragrammaton. But the only grasp we have of that ineffable God, so we say, and Martin Buber tried translating this into English, and it did in some way pervade Western theology in his book, I, Thou, right? The greatest name we have for God is you. Because when we address God, right, when we say, blessed are you, right, that in a very real sense is a relationship not with an it, right? It's a relationship with something, right? And so when God says to Moses, I will be that which I am becoming, which is the way I would translate ehyeh asher ehyeh, right? So the tetragrammaton is some form of the verb to be, and in Hebrew grammar, it is a third person one. Ehyeh, which is in a sense a name of God, it is how he referred himself to be, right? Is first person, singular, right? I. And that relationship with God is of an I-thou relationship, is by its nature ineffable and indescribable and pure in a way that we can't really maintain, right? And we need to be able to see God in the world through saints and through gods, lowercase g gods, right? And this tension is a tension that's throughout the Hebrew that really does not translate. And yeah.
Yeah, that sounds that's a lot to wrap your head around too. But I suppose that's what everyone's having trouble with the meaning crisis. But well, I don't want to get on tangents about artificial intelligence at the same time, but yeah, when I think about, at least for me, what make Christ relatable, at least for me, obviously is because he comes in human being form, but of course, though, he says, I mean, Christ says so many things that are kind of inevitable in of themselves for a human being to say. And but when I think of the fullness of God, I think of different frames of reference where, let's say you're looking up at the stars and you see the stars in a particular arrangement, where if you were to go to a different planet, you would see the stars in a different arrangement and they'd have a different pattern. And I'm guessing that from a certain frame of reference, I see like a hierarchy of harmony. At least that's my theory. And I don't know whether I'm correct on that, but that's...
It sounds to me like you're reiterating what we say, that there are 70 facets to the Torah, right? So when you read the Bible, and this is one of my favorite little allusions, right? When you read the Bible, that Bible has to mean something to a 90-year-old rabbi who grew up in a religious Jewish home and lived a religious life for all 90 years. And in his old age is looking at the story of David and Bathsheba, right? For the at least 100th time. And he knows it backwards and forwards, and it's still it has a way of connecting with him. While at the same time, there's some guy in Las Vegas who just spent the last dollar he doesn't have and every last dollar on his credit card limit on hookers and blow.
Oof.
And has nothing left and goes back to his hotel room and finds a Bible there and opens it up for the first time and reads about David and Bathsheba, right?
That's sorry,
we can barely hear you, Ariel. That story has to speak to them about God. And how does that one story speak to these very different people, right? But it does. And so the Torah is a hypostasis of God. This is a representation of God. And when I kiss it, right, if I'm thinking of the paper and the ink and the plastic and right, that's idolatry.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But when I think of it as the words in a meaning that is truly ineffable, right? I could translate this to English. It would not be the same, right? When I go swimming in the Bible and I connect through it with God, right? I am connecting with something ineffable and personal and individual, right? And it's the same act. It's the exact same act of kissing the exact same thing. And if you're a reductive materialist, you see no difference. But spiritually, the difference is between idolatry, which is the worst sin possible, and worship of God, which is, in a religious sense, the whole reason why I exist.
So, can you hear me now?
I can, but it's 5 o'clock. This stream has been going for more than 5 hours. I have another Bible study in an hour, and so I am actually going to end the stream there. You're both welcome to come back for the Bible study in an hour or some other time. But I am going to end the stream.